the back seat. Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Many people have said it.
Just the roles have been reversed.
They had said the crossover is powered by Everlevel Conqueror
Yes.
Paranormal.
Many people have,
Ever.
actually, probably only like 4 people have ever said that.
Yes.
Everlevelconcrete.com.
You know, they say that happens when you get older, but I guess I thought you had a little more time, Josh.
No. I don't like any of you right now. Zero
You love
of you.
the Chiefs.
You
No,
love the Chiefs.
the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Oh, I thought it was
What
the
a-
enemy of my enemy.
But
is
see,
my
I'm not
enemy.
even. I don't even hate the Chiefs. That's the thing.
Oh, interesting. Which take of Harrison Butker's do you hate the least?
No, Nick. I separate the art from the artist. I separate the
Oh,
art
you like his
from the
kicking?
artist. No, I
You
don't
wish
like.
you would only shut up and kick.
He likes his art, is what he's saying.
I said I don't hate them. I didn't say I like them. I said I don't hate them. I don't hate the Chiefs. They exist.
Ah,
I just
They're-
wanted the Bills to win. That's all. I just wanted Buffalo to win. I wasn't rooting against the Chiefs. I was rooting for Buffalo.
but only for yourself to be right. You
No,
lo-
and I wanted them.
Well, he was wrong anyway because
Yeah.
he said the Chiefs were going to lose in their first playoff
you
game.
did.
And it wouldn't even be the divisional round. It'd be the wild card.
You were
round.
very dismissive about when John and I were both telling you that the Chiefs were going to go to the Super Bowl many, many months ago.
Mhm.
Well, I'm not always right.
Well, you were wrong definitely that time.
I
Yeah.
was. I'll be correct again. The Eagles will win the Super Bowl, and I will be correct about that, sadly.
Hmm.
John thinks they're going to run them off the field.
No, I think they could. I think if there is going to be a blowout,
He cautiously subscribes to it.
I
Yeah.
cautiously subscribe to the Eagles winning by 2 scores.
Whoa.
If there's going to be a 2-score or more win in the Super Bowl, it will be the Eagles, not the Chiefs.
That I could subscribe completely to.
Wow.
Hmm.
If
Oh,
there
that-
was
yeah,
going
yeah,
to
yeah,
be
yeah,
a
yes.
2-score win, it would be by the Eagles. Not the
Yes.
Chiefs.
Yes.
And we're kind of due. We're overdue for a bad Super
Oh,
Bowl.
so you and Jack Mitchell can remind us about the
That's
old
right.
Super Bowl
times.
About the
Super
old days
so
when we had to watch for the
good.
commercials
Yeah, well, let's
because the game was over by
It
halftime.
used to be so bad. Super Bowls have been bad for like 5 years now.
no.
What?
Except for the Bengals-Rams one. That one.
The
was
Eagles
great.
Chiefs was good. Last year's game went to overtime. Went
It
to
almost went
double overtime.
I
Did
didn't
it?
know.
I thought it almost went.
Oh
to,
no, that
almost
almost went to double overtime.
Overtime
last year
doesn't
was-
happen in the
Last year
Super
was
Bowl.
fun.
What was that, Nick?
Overtime never happens in the Super Bowl.
Well, it has twice.
Twice now. Yeah, we are on this weird run of every Super Bowl being close after every Super Bowl was a blowout for decades.
Yeah. Only the Bucks Chiefs was the only bad one we've had in the last decade, right?
Yeah, that game sucked. Oh my gosh, it was so bad.
That game was bad.
Well,
Yeah.
it sucked because Stibbs wasn't around to enjoy it.
Yep, he was watching Lord of the Rings.
He was
Watching
dead.
some bad movie.
That's
You're a bad
that's
movie.
we don't have to do this again. We did it yesterday.
Yeah, that was the same crossover.
yeah.
Yeah, we don't need to do another.
John,
movie
is there
crossover.
a Super Bowl then in history that in the moment you were like, "Wow, this is such a great game," but it was only close, and now with the benefit of hindsight, it actually wasn't that good of a game. It was just a close.
There's
game.
been a lot of those in recent years.
You think so? So you think a lot of the close games we've had lately are actually kind of overrated?
They always feel clunky to me. But I guess that's
They
just,
do.
That's just the
They
Super
do?
Bowl.
I
Yeah.
I think so. I understand what you mean. It just everyone seems
Clunky.
nervous.
Yeah.
You know, it just isn't.
that maybe that's just a Super Bowl thing.
Yeah.
I don't sense that at all.
Okay.
Close game. No, I
I
can't.
mean, what are the close games of your youth?
Not many.
Of your actual youth?
Two Bengals 49ers games and the Bills Giants
Yeah,
were
was
the
the
close ones.
was the second 49ers Bengals game, like in hindsight, was that? I mean, it really was awesome, right? You had a
was a
game winning
great game.
drive.
It was a great game. The Bengals, they had a kickoff return for a touchdown.
That's fun.
It was really
Oh wow, a lot of points in the second half.
It was fairly defensive.
Well, how did
Jerry
John
Rice had
like
a
it, then?
huge game. Oh, I hated it because the 49ers won.
Oh, I thought you hated it because there was points that were scored.
But the first half, Nick, was
It
tied
was 20 to
3-3.
16.
Yeah, it wasn't that
It
many
wasn't
points.
that many points. It was entertaining to watch, but
Yeah.
at the end I was mad.
Wow, the game-winning touchdown was scored with 34 seconds left. That's pretty cool. 11 play, 92-yard drive.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
That's a good drive.
You know what Super Bowl I think has gotten forgotten? That I think is
Have you forget?
among the best. And it's mainly remembered because a boob was on television. But that Patriots-Panthers
Yeah.
game was great.
hell yeah.
That
That was pretty
game,
good.
because it was like defense, and then they would have like 4 drives in a row. It was just touchdown, 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 then defense again. Vrabel scored a
Cough button
touchdown in
doesn't
that
work.
game. It still doesn't work?
No.
What do you mean
The
doesn't?
cough
work?
button.
Cough
You just
button.
coughed and we heard it.
Yeah.
No, I didn't touch it.
Oh,
I didn't even
okay.
Oh, you
bother.
didn't even
All
try.
right.
I didn't even
Cool.
bother. See, I'm pushing it right now.
Yes,
And it's
great
crackly,
Patriots
crackly.
Panthers game. Loved it. Loved both of the Panthers Super Bowls actually.
Big Panthers
Even
guy.
though the second one was bad, wasn't it?
Now,
The
you want
Eagles-
to talk about a game that felt clunky? It was that
No.
one.
It wasn't the Eagles. It was
The Broncos Panthers was clunky.
Broncos Panthers.
That game sucked.
Yes.
No offense, Stibbs. It was just an ugly football game.
It was
It was not pretty. The only play that I remember from that game is the Cam Newton not diving.
not going for the bump fumble. Well,
Yes,
there was the
that's
strip
right.
sack from Von Miller.
See, I don't even. Was that the play? Was that the?
No. That
Oh,
was
it's
was
a different play.
That was how
where
they scored their first touchdown.
Yeah, see, I don't remember. I remember that, and then I remember Peyton Manning in every interview. He must have gotten paid a lot by Budweiser because he's like, "Look, all I'm gonna do is go home and
drink Budweiser.
have a
Drink a
cold
Bud-
Budweiser and blah 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 blah."
Yep. He
Yeah.
definitely retired.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then he retired.
But
And he was
first wanted
definitely
to
at
drink a
he was
Budweiser.
definitely at the end of his career.
Dude, Noodle Arm
He
Peyton that year.
was a corpse at that point.
He really was.
He
Yeah.
was bad.
He really was.
But they had a great defense.
He had an awesome defense.
Speaking of Stibbs, he says the entity that rules over our universe absolutely hates me. So there's no doubt that Kansas City will win by 30. Now, I mean,
No.
wouldn't the entity, if it truly hates Stibbs, wouldn't it rope-a-dope him?
Oh yeah,
The
tease
Eagles
him.
would be up like 28-3, and then
And
they
then
would
the Chiefs
somehow
would win.
lose. Yeah, that's how the universe would say.
Getting a whole bunch
Yeah.
of great calls in the meantime.
Yeah.
Well, that's
yeah.
never happened in a Super Bowl either.
Yes, exactly. We've never seen a team blow a 28-3 game.
That was such a weird game. I was in college. I had left for 15 minutes. I went from one building to the other building, and by
was
the
so
time I got back
pissed.
to the second building, it was tied. I'm like, what
That's
happened?
why you never let a falcon do a man's job.
Nice.
Mm.
You do need humans,
That
or
job is for a falcon. That job is for a
what
man.
job is a job for a falcon?
Hunting.
Hunting
Not holding a 28
and not
lead.
holding a 28-3 lead.
They're not very good at that.
No.
God.
Would you get a
That
falcon?
was so gross.
Would I get?
Yeah,
a-
would you get into falconry? Some people just have falcons that they put on their hand.
One thing that I can promise you is I will never get into birds.
No.
I
Really?
think birds are gross.
You want to put it
You
on a
think birds are
guarantee board?
gross?
They're full of diseases.
So are you.
Not as many as
People.
birds.
So
People have
Josh,
diseases.
Josh
I
Peterson,
don't
I
know.
will never be into falconry.
Birds
Correct.
weren't dying of COVID.
I don't care. I don't. What do you want from me? You want me to get into bird watching?
No, I just don't know why you think birds are gross.
Well, they are.
They are. They're sick. They're rats of the sky.
Yeah.
No.
No, they're not. They're just birds.
Do you like live with birds?
Do you
Why are you
love birds?
defending?
We all
them?
live with birds.
Do you
They're
live with them
around-
in your apartment?
They surround us.
or in your home, wherever you live now,
That's
with
fine.
your little
they can
room.
be around. I just
I
don't
did
want
ask.
to welcome them
I'm not
onto
allowed
my
to have
arm.
one.
I don't. Yeah, I don't. Wait, did you really?
Yeah, I'm not allowed to have one on the lease.
You
Wait, what?
wanted a bird?
Yes, I want a bird. Are you kidding? That'd be cool.
Keena says there's
No.
literally
No,
a flu named after birds.
Yeah, bird flu.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
not human flu. It's
There's also
just-
mad cow disease. Do you think cows are gross?
I don't want a
Kind of.
cow in my home.
I mean, cows are more gross because they waddle around and
John,
poop.
do you like
Yeah.
birds?
I don't dislike birds. The only time I don't like birds is when they poop on my car.
You eat bacon. Pigs just like to roll around in their own poop.
Okay, what?
That's grosser
What
than
are,
a bird.
what are we debating? I don't know
Birds
what
like
we're
to clean
debating
themselves.
right now.
Well, you think birds are gross. I don't
want
I've
a
never
bird
heard
in my
birds
house.
described
Yes.
as gross.
Yeah.
Well, birds as pets, dumb idea.
Oh, look,
Thank
Because
you,
all they
John.
can because
Great
all
idea.
they can do is be in the cage. We had a bird.
yeah,
little-
you want to
You can
stick a
no,
bird into a
You
cage?
don't have to keep the bird in the cage. You're supposed to let
Well,
it out.
Exactly. That's
yeah,
what makes it
and-
disgusting.
And guess what happened? The bird disappeared. And what was his name? Oh
Pretty
my God, my
bird,
wife's
pretty
listening. She'll
bird.
remember. But we had a bird,
His
Keep an
head
eye on the
fell
bird.
off.
and
Paul,
If
you
your
want a
kid
cracker?
disappears, do you blame the kid?
and
Sid
For
Russell,
some
like
reason,
dead
my
bird to a
wife
blind
put the
kid?
bird in the cage out on the deck. at night. So the bird could, because it was a nice night. And the
It's
next
a
morning,
60-degree night,
the
bird.
next morning, the cage was knocked over and the bird was gone.
It sounds like the bird got eaten by a raccoon because of negligence.
Or did the bird fly
Probably,
away?
but
Dude, it's a bird. There's 100 of them.
A lot of pet birds have their wings clipped so they can actually fly that
And
far.
this is what you want. You want to hold a bird down. You want to keep a bird in slavery.
No.
Entertain me,
Interesting.
bird.
I want to keep a bird as a friend.
What
No.
would you do with a bird?
Hang out with it. What do you do with dogs? Well, you don't do
Yeah,
anything with dogs other than kick
listen,
them, I
You
guess.
pet them. You take them for walks. You snuggle with them. You say, "I love you, Banks."
You can snuggle and love
listen,
a bird.
Trey,
No,
can
you
you
cannot.
Yes,
take
you
it?
can.
No,
You
you
can
can't.
snuggle
No, you
a
can't.
bird.
You can
Trust me.
snuggle a bird.
I've had a
Poll
bird as a
question.
pet.
Poll question.
It was the least satisfying of all the pets I've ever had.
Yeah, seriously.
Birds as pets,
100%.
not a good idea.
Maybe
Dumb
even,
idea.
possibly even worse than fish. Fish is a
I
stupid
mean,
pet
fish.
too.
Fish.
See, birds
if you have a
do
nice
things,
enough
though.
aquarium, it can be like a living decoration in your
Mostly
house.
it's that.
So it has that. The
Yeah.
bird doesn't have any of that, and sometimes the bird just starts squawking for no reason. Then you got to clean the poop out of its cage.
Yeah, find me a redeeming
Overrated
quality
pet.
of bird.
Very overrated.
Some
pet.
birds you can play music and then they will remember the melody and then they'll just sing the melody, which is cool.
Yeah,
Or I could just play the music off my phone.
Poll question has been posted by the Connor Happer Show at Happer Show on Twitter. Can you snuggle a bird?
You can absolutely
No,
snuggle a
you
bird.
cannot.
No.
Just cup it in your hand, go like, hey, little bird.
You snuggle it too
Congrats
much, you're
on the
going to
disease.
squash the thing. It'll
Yeah.
be dead.
Joe in Vegas says, perfect. The guy who barely showers wants a dirty bird as well. Go
Great
figure,
take.
Iowa boys. Yeah, this does fit.
Birds take baths.
If the
Birds don't
stinky
like to be
shoe
dirty.
fits. Yeah, what about you? What's your excuse?
I shower now.
Every day?
Yes.
Because you're dating somebody?
Yes.
Nice.
Oh, so it took that for you to act.
We
not
made fun
us.
of him, and he
Not
says,
us having to be
"Unnormal."
cooped up in a poorly
You guys
ventilated
don't
room
kiss
with you.
me, do you?
Well, she doesn't either, probably.
Well, she didn't, and then he started showering.
Definitely if you had a bird.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he'd be so stinky.
Birds aren't that. Cats are stinkier than birds. Cats are so stinky.
I don't want a cat either.
I don't want a cat.
I think a cat is a worse pet than a bird.
No,
Whoa.
not even close.
No, but
Not even close.
these takes are insane.
Yeah, this
But
is bad.
also,
Birds
you
is-
hate peacocks.
Yeah.
I
Just
don't-
a bigger bird.
I don't hate peacocks. I just respect how dangerous they actually are.
No, you fear them. You literally said you feared peacocks here on this show.
yeah,
You
that is
feared
true,
them.
Nick. You did
That's
say
That take was a couple years ago. I could.
those
could
were
morph.
those were the early days of Nick Grimm.
What is going on?
I just
I don't
respect the
know.
danger of peacocks now.
I respect that.
I respect that.
Interesting.
I respect the danger of alligators. I don't want one as a pet.
I don't either. That'd be a horrible pet.
They got some peacocks just walking around the zoo free.
They got peacocks walking around the city free.
Yeah. So you're scared of them? Like they're a threat.
I mean,
to you?
don't get in their territory. They
There's
will
still
come
a-
after
there
you.
Are
is
you
still-
threatening me?
There's still a liner that we have that airs on this station where
There
it talks
is.
about like a
Yeah.
peacock will murder. What do you say about
I
it?
just said they're mean. They'll defend their territory. Then John's
Yeah.
like, they're not going to murder you.
Yeah, that's all animals though, Nick.
Yeah,
Everything
peacock ain't you ain't getting murdered by a peacock. No.
Yeah,
A fish won't defend its territory. Fish doesn't even know what's happening.
these all friends.
I'm trying to think of the
not
best
Just there.
bird
Glub,
I
glub.
know. What's the best bird out there?
Best
I like a pelican.
crows are cool.
You know, like a pelican. He kind of dives down in the water and he holds a bunch of stuff in his mouth. Or a seagull. You know, one of those. A water bird. I appreciate
water
it.
Water
bird,
bird, you
yeah.
like the water birds?
Yeah.
Money Chris says Nick pro slavery. That's a bad look.
If you get a crow, crows know faces. So if you give them food or you're nice to a crow, they'll give you like money and stuff.
I don't want a crow.
Yeah, I don't want a crow.
I don't want a crow's money either.
I don't trust the crow.
dirty ass crow money.
Dirty ass crow.
Money is
What
money.
good am I going to do with crow money?
Well, it's actual money that the crow found. It's like, here you go. Treat,
Okay, you
please.
ain't picking up $100 bills. It's probably like pennies and nickels, the stuff that we don't
Yeah.
even use anymore.
I
know,
throw
it's-
pennies away. I don't want pennies. Seriously, I was cleaning out my car the other day and I picked up some coins and it was pennies and I was like, nope, these are going in the
Yeah,
trash
seriously, I
bag.
throw dimes away now.
I'd like to see
Yeah.
your dog or
Wow.
fish bring you $1.
No, my dog brings me happiness and joy. Banks wanted to snuggle with me last night. He was very lovey last night. It was awesome. I was like, wow, Banks, this is great. You know what he wasn't? A bird. Flying, pooping in my apartment. That would have been monstrous.
Can you imagine if dogs could fly?
Crow will give
I
you
cannot.
money.
I cannot imagine what would happen if dogs could fly.
Oh, man.
They say as the crow flies, and that's what Nick wants in his apartment. Home? I can't remember. Do you live in a house?
I live in a house.
You live in a house. Wow, that's so wild. Vic lives in a home.
I do. It's
With
great.
and he wants a bird in it.
By the way, in a few months, I will also be a houseboy.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Breaking
Moving.
news.
Yeah. We haven't picked it out yet because we're still too far away to actually, lock it down.
What?
Oh.
Offer still stands. You could buy my house.
I offered it to you and you said no.
Yeah, you got to give me a bad offer.
I gave you a great offer.
You don't want your house anymore?
Dude,
No,
you were
I want
going
a
to
new
make
one.
almost $10,000 a year from me.
What was the offer? Repeat the offer.
Well, I mean, if I say it, then people know how much your mortgage is. So
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
know if you wanted
Okay,
that. Part
no, I
out
don't want
there.
that.
Yeah.
I don't want
Basically, I was offering $800 over his mortgage payment. And he said no.
800 over? And
Why
you
did
said
I
no?
say no to
I don't
that?
know. You just said no. And I said, okay. If you multiply
Is
800
it-
by
is-
12.
Oh, no, because I had to be the landlord and I had to help
Yes, of
you do
course.
stuff.
Oh, and you were worried that
Yeah.
he was going to bring a bird into the house and then you'd have to clean up
no, I
after it
didn't-
because he was
no.
going to be a bad home renter.
I think what it was Happer, we will just slowly buy your home. We will pay you this money for the next 30 years. And it's just kind of a handshake agreement from us.
But I still own the home.
But you still
and-
own, at a certain point, it becomes ours.
Okay.
Squatters' rights.
Okay.
So I tried. He said no. I tried.
No, we don't.
Yeah.
We don't allow the squatters anymore.
But we will be.
He's no longer in office.
We will be not buying. We will be renting a home at some point soon.
All right. Way
Yeah.
to go.
I can't wait. I cannot wait for a garage. I am just so jacked for
We're
a
going to
garage.
get a garage.
Dude,
You're
a
gonna get a
backyard for the dog.
bird.
No longer will I have to walk downstairs and take Banks outside to go to the bathroom. I'll just open the door and say, have fun for a few minutes.
There's no way you want him renting your house. He'd have poop
Banks.
all over your yard.
The
We'll pick
rabbits
up the
already
poop.
they already own the yard.
Dude,
Banks
eats
came in-
rabbits.
Yeah, Banks would destroy all the rabbits, which might
Oh,
help.
well, there you go.
2024, we were out and I suddenly heard a crying baby rabbit. And then that rabbit stopped making noise.
That's awesome.
because Banks had killed it.
If
A
you
bird wouldn't kill
hey,
a rabbit.
could I call you maybe at a couple points in like the spring or summer and tell you to bring Banks over and come take care of some
Ooh, that'd be
business
fun.
for
Oh,
me?
this is a great idea. Banks loves
Rabbit
meeting new
killer
people
for hire.
He
Like
would
a-
love to meet you.
Yeah.
No, you
Well,
probably.
Are
hate
you
to
going
meet
to
him.
willingly pet a dog?
It's basically
He'll probably say,
dogs.
"Stay away from me, Banks."
Dogs are fine.
You don't even call the dog that's here the most by its name. You just call it dog.
I call that
Okay.
dog affectionately.
Do we have a second dog now? In
Yeah,
the
a
building?
second dog has hit the radio station.
Dog
Yeah,
too.
what's dog two's name?
I
don't-
never remember.
I don't know. He's a little nervous.
All dogs are Charlie. to
John
me.
was like, "Hey, come over here, dog. I'll pet you." And the dog was like,
That dog
Uh-uh.
hates guys in hats. I was wearing a beanie the other day, and the dog started.
Well,
barking.
he finally came over, but it took a little bit.
one of them is named
Leo.
Cinnamon.
Leo is
I love Leo.
Uncle Leo.
Great reference.
Hello.
Mhm,
Yeah,
mhm.
we had Uncle Leo, but I don't know the other dog's name. Nice dog.
Cinnamon, maybe.
That dog does look like a cinnamon.
It's not cinnamon. It's something like it's not like Remington, but it's something kind of like that,
Remington.
Charlie.
like Levi or Remington or something.
My parents' dog's name is Remy,
Nice,
Mm-hmm.
like the rat.
like Remington.
Oakley. I found out.
Oakley. There it
Oakley.
is.
Got
Oh,
a
is
tweet
Chris
from
listening?
Stacy.
Oh,
It says Oakley.
hi, Stacy.
Oh, Oakley.
Dog 2 is Oakley. Also, my dog MJ has killed
So the
4
dog-
adult rabbits.
so
Oh my
the-
gosh.
so the
Please
dog
come over
w-
to my house.
So the dog was named after the glasses we get every other year at the College World Series.
Actually, yes. That was one of the stipulations of the deal that Chris got for us.
You know what? Then Chris needs another dog next year.
Yeah.
And we
Name
can-
him
We can name him
more Oakley.
more Oakley.
Prescription Oakley. Actually, I want to be in on this.
Wow, we
again.
are
Oakley.
just a few months away from new sunglasses.
I
I guess we didn't get them
no,
in
we're only
2024.
halfway there.
We're getting closer by the day, though.
Josh excited about college baseball.
I just can't
No,
wait
we
to
got
work.
glasses last year, so we're skipping. We usually
No,
skip
we didn't
them.
get 'em
Each
in-
of the last 2 years.
I didn't think we got them in 24. I thought
No,
we,
we
got
didn't get them in 20. No, we
Yeah,
got we got some last year.
We did?
We
Yes.
Yeah, I got my giant ones last
Yeah,
year.
remember the
that
ones
was
that make
2
everything look
years
so
ago.
green?
Yeah.
We
that was 2
we
years
got some 2 years ago and last year.
Okay, I thought it was 3 years ago and 2 years ago. All right, cool. That'll be
'Cause
fun.
I got them 2 years ago, and then I'm like, I can't wear these.
I gave them to somebody as a gift.
I also did.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. The Mahomes ones. That's not me. I don't look that good in
You
them.
have such big teeth.
I never-
figured it would work fine.
Excellent point. I never found out because I gave it to a great friend to give to his son, and I never heard if the son even liked them. I feel like I deserve like a
Thank you,
4-pack of beer from this friend who may or may not be listening. Right now.
Interesting.
I think. That's what I think.
Is this the friend who has a pig?
No, different friend. That guy doesn't have a kid
Okay.
yet.
But he has a pig.
He does have a
He
pig.
has a pig. He
loves his
walks
pig.
it.
He listens to your show. He texts your show all the
He
time.
does.
Oh, there's a
me.
text from him a few
Text
minutes
me.
ago.
Text me.
By the way, the Happer Show just put out a
Uh-oh.
hot take alert.
Oh, no.
Oh,
It's a Nick Grimm quote.
oh boy.
I shower now.
Nice.
Not much
So-
of a take, but yes,
I love the photo that is attached with it.
the flames.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
the one with
Nick-
the flames.
But
yeah,
Nick,
yeah, there
from
it is.
our great photos.
From our rainy day photo shoot.
Josh has quite the Rolodex back there.
He really does.
Big catalog of photos,
Mm-hmm.
all useful.
I'm glad to know that Nick showers.
That's
You're
awesome.
welcome, America.
I shower now.
There's a former producer that used to be in this building, not a full timer. So I guess this is limiting it by the second.
Uh-huh.
Whew, stinky. You go into that studio over there. You remember those times?
Oh, yeah.
It was tough.
Yeah.
It was tough. It's important
People
to
stink,
shower.
man. You know, you got to take care of that.
That's what happens when you hang out with birds, Nick.
That's right. As I recall, he used to have barbecue sauce on his mask.
He did indeed.
It's the grossest damn looking thing. I mean,
I don't think that was helping.
that should have been the tip off that masks really don't work.
What, the barbecue sauce was on it?
Yeah.
No, I think that's a tip off that he didn't work.
Yes, John. I
Well,
would
we
say-
know he didn't work.
Yeah.
Barbecue.
And when he
sauce.
did, it was not.
It
very
looked
good.
like barbecue sauce.
It really paints.
It could have
a
been.
picture,
It could have
doesn't
been anything else. It could have been.
Blood,
If a
ketchup.
guy walks in and he has barbecue sauce on his mask, you're probably like, "Wow."
Yeah.
I mean, it could have been the stuff that was all over his floor that one time. We don't know.
Oh my gosh.
We're not sure.
I don't know that. I don't know.
We'll
about that.
explain off the air.
Text
I
from the
bet you
402.
will.
My dog's name is Chuck Knobloch.
That's a great dog name.
What is Chuck what?
Do you know who Chuck Knobloch is?
No.
So this dog has the yips.
His dog has the yips.
I
He
was gonna
couldn't
make the
throw
same
from
joke.
Second base.
Yeah, he's a baseball player, Nick. Played for the Yankees, among other
You
teams.
should know. You're a huge Yankees guy.
I'm not a huge Yankees guy.
Yeah, are you going to become a Yankees fan full time, do you think?
No.
Seems like you are. You wear Yankees hats.
I
like
mean,
every
she's
day.
I
kissing you
also
now.
have Royals hats.
I mean,
You have a Pirates hat. Are you a Pirates fan?
you
No,
bothered.
I don't wear it every day.
You bothered to shower every day now for the first time in your life. What's to keep you from being a Yankees fan?
I have three.
Because of her.
I have 3 Rockies hats, and I
So?
only have a Yankees hat.
You're gonna be a Yankees fan.
Nah.
The New York Yankees.
Let me tell you something about Chuck Knobloch. That
Yeah.
guy sucked.
There you go.
No good.
He had a moment.
I mean,
No good. No good.
Nice.
No good.
with a name like
Get it?
Knobloch, it sounds close to no block, which is usually not a good thing.
No block, no rock.
Yeah.
It's a podcast. Katie
I always
writes.
called him Chuck Blockhead.
Nice.
Wow.
Katie says the fact that Nick so willingly admits to not showering makes me question the hiring practices of NRG Media.
Mm.
Look, Katie, in the interview process, Nick was not asked, "Do you shower every day?"
Well-
I don't think you'd be allowed to ask that
He
question.
probably did shower that day, though. Would be my guess.
Did you have an interview?
Yeah, I was with Dave and Smalls.
Did you shower that day?
Dave and Smalls. Wow.
I probably showered that day. yeah.
Blast from the past. I saw Smalls at the College World Series last summer. I said, hi, Smalls. How are you? He said, good.
I miss Dave.
Miss Dave.
Smalls.
Smalls? Yeah, Smalls was a nice guy.
Mm-hmm.
Still is a nice guy.
I haven't seen him in a while.
A lot more meetings back in the Smalls era, though. I don't miss those.
I don't miss those either.
A lot of meetings.
Don't miss those.
A lot of meetings.
Nothing really got accomplished in those.
No. Just a lot of talking.
A lot of talk.
Jibber jabber.
A lot of jibber jabber.
Mhm.
Not the good kind either.
No.
Yeah. Well, man, I tell you,
What?
it's such. When you get weather like this,
It's amazing.
And we're inside?
it makes you feel just so much better.
Yeah.
John, I told people, I said this at the start of my
I
show
liked
today.
this. This was a good comparison.
I started driving to work and everything in consideration. It was what I was wearing, the sun, maybe how the sun reflected on some things. I felt like it was the first day of March Madness. I felt like it was the first day of the NCAA tournament. Now, you take in the NCAA tournament differently,
Much differently, yeah.
than most of us do,
Because you're not in Omaha most times.
but those days where it's bright sunshine, it's probably in the 40s or 50s.
But the grass still hasn't turned
The
yet to
grass still
totally
hasn't
green.
turned,
the
but
leaves
it's
aren't on the
coming.
trees.
It's
yeah.
coming.
You know it's almost
so
done.
I'm
Just
about to
warming up
watch
the tickle
my-
chains.
I'm about to watch my first and only 10 minutes of Price is Right of the entire year,
Mm.
and then sit in front of my television for 12 consecutive hours watching college basketball.
Yeah.
That is a
That's-
hell
you know
of a
what?
feeling.
Yeah. No,
And it felt like that today.
I could relate to
Those
that.
days are pretty nice when you're
God,
like,
those
wow,
are so good.
it's time to sit on my couch and watch college basketball.
Yes. You seem like you really love that type
I
of thing.
do. I do like that.
He
There's-
only likes it because he doesn't have to work.
No, I'm
Interesting.
taking notes for
I
the
will admit
show.
that
John.
is a
I would like
great
to see
perk.
your notes from all of the NCAA tournaments.
I'll send them to you this year.
Please do.
It is. doing the
Not
afternoon
doing
show,
shows on those days is amazing.
it really is nice. Getting
Yeah.
to watch basketball, seeing where John's at. Are you going to travel to the Creighton locale this year?
I was checking. So I think first weekend of the NCAA tournament this year, baseball's at home.
Baseball.
Oh, so you'll be on the call.
Assuming
It's Connor Happer and someone else on 1180 The Zone.
Josh Peterson.
I've put in my name, and I was told no. So
You have to love baseball first.
Yeah, they probably hear your baseball takes.
I
Yeah.
love baseball.
You probably think about
Baseball
baseball the way you think about birds.
Is good. No, I would never say it's gross.
But would you have baseball as a pet?
Sure.
Only if it's the 2001 World Series.
Oh, goat. Yeah.
so weird. But yes, it makes you feel so much better. It is. I haven't been outside
Yes.
since 9 or whatever when I got here this morning.
It's glorious.
Looking forward to
It's
going
wonderful.
out there.
Dude, the last
Put
2
on my
days,
sunglasses.
I haven't had to wear a coat to work. It's been awesome.
It's so
Yeah,
nice
it's
when I
great.
take the dog outside where I'm not like instantly saying, hurry up, get done so we can get back in the house. Now, Wrigley
Yeah.
can walk around the yard, sniff around, see where all the other dogs have
Last night,
been.
I kind of
Wonderful.
enjoyed taking the trash out.
I did too.
I took out the
looked-
trash and I was like, wow, this isn't painful in any way.
Did you happen to look up? It was a beautiful, the stars were out.
I noticed
It was
the stars
glorious.
last night, too.
It was beautiful.
I did. I was like, wow, stars.
For a second, I was like, this is like summer.
Because there were so many clouds
I didn't see
recently.
any stars. No.
By the way, Happer, you are correct. Creighton is hosting St. Mary's College.
There you go.
Friday night at 6 o'clock. So you'll get to
It's
hang
like
out
a
on
bracket
Thursday.
buster of baseball.
It really is. And then Saturday at 2, and then Sunday at noon.
There you go.
You'll
I'll
get
be
to
here.
watch some hoops.
I'll go to the Sweet 16 when they make it.
Little hoops. There you go. Yeah, because the next week they're at Samford, so you won't be dealing with that series on radio.
Mhm.
Creighton
Good point.
baseball is, John.
Good
Unless
point.
we're in Vegas.
Unless we're in Vegas. I don't know if we'll be in Vegas. Yeah. Bummer.
Yeah.
Those
Damn
days might
it.
be over. I know. I
Why
was thinking
did you
about,
piss them off?
It was a really cool year.
yeah, 2024. What a great year.
Great year.
John, are you doing any of the midweek games before basketball is over? Or is that not? Are you not on the
I really
sketch?
I haven't talked. I
Like
don't know.
Tuesday, March 11th, my brother's birthday against Kansas State. Will we be at the ballpark for the show on Tuesday, March 11th?
Wasn't that the Big East tournament?
Oh yeah, you'll probably be getting ready for the Big East tournament.
You go.
What about Wednesday, March? Nope, not, you'll be traveling that.
Well,
All right, well, we'll be at the stadium in
The answer
April.
is no.
We'll be there in April. Nick will be all alone here in the studio by himself.
And then I'll probably go from here down to the ballpark to watch. The
Are you
game.
going to a lot of games this year?
I'm going to try to go
Why
to
don't
more.
you
I
just
went to
come
a
the
lot
game?
last
Why
year.
don't
Probably
you just
wearing
come
a
to the
Yankees
ballpark
hat.
and produce the show, Nick.
Because we don't need a
Because they don't
producer.
want me there.
When Nick first started producing, he was like, "Oh, do you guys need me there?" And we were like, "No.
Mhm.
Why would we need
That's
you
good.
there?
No.
Just a button."
Yeah.
And then we're ready to go.
Yeah.
Because then we need a new producer back here. Nick, you do such a great job back here.
Mm,
You do.
But Nick gets sad.
baseball.
I was also alone as a producer for many, many years.
Pay your dues. Is that what you're saying,
Pay
Josh?
your dues, Nick. Wow. Plus, you can do other stuff. You can do stuff during our show. You can listen to music or whatever. I don't know, whatever you do.
I'm not going to listen to music while I
Okay.
produce a
All
show.
right. Well, you can do other stuff. Play games on the computer.
You don't have to
Computer.
shower those days. You'll
Mm.
be in here by yourself.
Excellent point.
Nobody will
Text from the
ask about
402.
it.
Chuck Knobloch's career WAR was 44.
That's not bad.
Nice take,
Wow.
Happer. Because you said he sucked.
Yeah, he sucked.
Oh,
Well,
this person is disagreeing with you. Chuck Knobloch, 5-time All-Star, 2-time All-Star MVP, and Rookie of the Year. Connor Happer, that guy sucks.
He definitely was pretty. He was a lot better earlier in his career, and then he was a guy who got the yips
Mm.
and then couldn't throw to first base,
Which is important as a second baseman.
which is important at second base, and to the point where they had to DH him, and
That's
he wasn't
rough.
good enough of a hitter to DH.
Woof.
But 44 is a good WAR?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's a good career.
Yeah,
WAR.
that's a good career
That is
award.
good.
Yeah.
Is that out of 100?
No.
It's no,
No,
it's
no,
just
no.
It's a rising total.
Yep.
What's the highest WAR?
A million.
Uh,
Highest
What was
possible
Babe
WAR?
Ruth's WAR?
Oh, I don't
Or Barry Bonds? Who had the highest WAR?
know. I don't know.
Let's
Upper
see.
hundreds, maybe somewhere
Wow.
in that range.
Nick, are you looking it up right now? All right.
The average Hall of Fame second baseman's WAR was 69 and a half.
There you go.
Nice. Though that rounds up to 70.
So he's a little below Hall of Fame standard,
I got it.
but still
Okay.
pretty good.
What is this? The highest ever?
Yeah.
And who was it?
Babe Ruth at 182.6 career
Upper
WAR.
hundreds.
Wow.
Walter Johnson 166.9.
Pitcher.
Damn.
Cy Young 163.6.
Wow. And he had a 311 losses.
Barry Bonds 162.8 asterisk.
No. Those other guys don't have
Nick, the other-
asterisks.
No,
and Barry Bonds
Everybody actually,
does.
Barry Bonds is the only one who doesn't have one.
I mean, if
Because
hot,
asterisk means Hall of Fame.
if
doesn't
hot
it?
dogs and booze were illegal substances, then yes.
I mean,
Babe Ruth.
Willie Mays is number 5 at 156.
Some
Okay.
people say Willie Mays is the GOAT.
Roger Clemens 139.
Clemens is that high?
Love
I would
Roger
not
Clemens.
have guessed that.
A-Rod
That's a lot of
117.
21 seasons, John.
A-Rod?
Yep.
That surprises me.
A-Rod hit 600 home runs.
Ted
Hooray,
Williams
Rod.
121.
He was good.
Wow.
Last 400 hitter, Nick.
Imagine if he hadn't have gone and fought for our country twice.
How dare he?
What do you mean, how dare he?
It was
No,
sarcasm.
he did it. He did it for us.
Where do you think Albert
Awesome.
Pujols is at?
And, like,
18.
rank?
Rank and number.
18.
Yeah, like 25, something like that.
29 with 104.2.
He was good, Nick.
He was.
I mean, he's a top.
He earned about 75 of that against the Cubs alone.
Albert
Nice.
Pujols is like a top. Isn't he top 10 career in home runs?
Wasn't he somebody that people thought his age is like we don't know his actual
Yeah.
age? So when he got to the
Definitely one
pros,
of
he
those
was
guys.
older than he was like a Danny Almonte situation.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
So
Which-
in theory, he could have had
which
more
m-
years.
made it make more sense when his body exploded on him late in his career.
It's like, wow, the 32-year-old suddenly looks like he's 40.
Mike Trout is at 86.2 as of right now.
Oh, some people call him a bust.
As
Some
of
people
last
would say
season.
that.
Some people call
He's
him
50th.
a bust.
Mike Trout already the 50th best player of all time.
With WAR. Yes.
Interesting.
Currently.
Wow.
Sounds like a bust to me.
Definitely does.
So where's Chuck Knobloch on the all-time rank?
Low.
Well, not that high.
What are you still looking at more?
It's only Chuck Finley on this list that I'm looking
Chuck
at.
Finley.
Chuck Finley's at 57.9. Let's go to baseball reference.
There you go.
This, by the way, this isn't in content later, I don't believe.
Hmm.
This Bill Belichick wants to rename the Lombardi Trophy the Brady Trophy is the dumbest crap I've ever
What?
heard. Have you seen this?
He
Have you
said
heard about
that?
this? Yeah.
Who the? What the? Is he
Bill
drunk?
Belichick suggests Super Bowl trophy be named after Tom Brady.
That had to have been an aggregated headline
Hell
from
no.
a joke that he told.
Yeah.
That sounds like an AI type of headline.
Let's
Yeah, that's
see.
ridiculous.
This is from ESPN.com, boys. Maybe they should name it after or name it the Brady Trophy.
Sounds like
he
a
won
joke.
7 of them.
Sounds like a joke in jest.
Players win games. You can't win games without good players. I don't care who the coach is. It's impossible. You can't win games without good players. Blah,
This
blah,
is
blah,
ESPN
blah, blah.
promoting their new Brady. Don't they have a Brady Belichick documentary
Probably.
going on?
He
right
said it
now?
on the Let's Go podcast this week
the Let's Go.
with Jim Gray.
Oh yeah.
You know what? You can wad that idea up in a ball and turn it up sideways and shove it up your Rudy Poo. You know what?
Nice.
The
How do you guys feel about Jim Gray?
I'm out on Jim Gray.
Thumbs down from your boy.
that list I was looking at doesn't go below 50 WAR, so Knobloch wouldn't have made it because he's at 44.6.
What's the list go down to?
How many numbers?
It is tied with 3 players at 318.
All right.
Dave Bancroft, Roy Oswald, and Wilbur Wood.
Can you have a
Roy
negative?
Oswald.
Can you have a negative WAR, or is it just 0?
You
You can have
can.
negative.
Yeah,
so
you
who
can
has
have
the
ne-
worst WAR?
Most of the Rockies.
Who has the worst WAR of all
Most of the
time?
That's a good question, Josh, because you would have had to stuck around long enough
to
to be that bad, to be in the negative.
List of no, that's nope. Okay, so when you Google worst war of all
Why
time,
don't you
it
just
comes up
flip
with
the list?
war.
Worst war.
World War II is the answer to that.
Yes.
Yeah, 60
Great
to 80
War.
million people, I believe.
let's see. Jerry Royster
Nice.
had a WAR of minus 405,
Wow.
4.05,
What was
which
it?
is considered the worst season for a modern era position player.
So it gets worse.
Worst.
Andres,
we need worst
Andres
career.
Thomas had a WAR of minus 5.7, played from the Braves, for the Braves from 85 to 90. I don't remember him. Tuck Stainback
That's a good
had a
name.
WAR of
Whoops.
minus 6.2. He played for the Cubs.
Gosh, Henry, you could play for the Cubs.
What a movie.
Gary
Thank you, Josh.
Sheffield.
Thank you.
Gary Sheffield had a career defensive WAR of negative
That's not
27.7.
surprising.
Gary
Yeah.
Sheffield had the coolest swing, though. Man, with the
Mhm. Mhm.
Look at that.
Flinging that bat around.
baseball.
Yeah, you know.
I know what's going on in the early aughts.
You just made a Rookie of the Year reference and a Gary Sheffield reference.
Adam-
John, should we watch Rookie of the Year for Movie
He
Club?
hates that movie.
Hell and no.
Float it.
I found this article from ESPN from last year. Andrew Benintendi in the pursuit of the lowest WAR ever.
No way. Benintendi did?
No, like the last year with the White Sox, he was horrendous.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, that guy was solid, wasn't he? I know his name, so he must have been okay.
He was good with the Red Sox. He was okay with the Royals.
Do you only know
He
his
was very
name
good at
because Tendy's
Arkansas.
in it?
In the College World Series.
College World
He played for Arkansas?
Yes, he did. Played here. He played a series against Creighton.
Brought to you by Baylor Woods.
His WAR last year was minus 0.8.
That's bad, but not the woat.
Yeah, he
Wow.
couldn't hit nothing last year.
He was bad.
Look at this.
Really, really bad.
Baseball. It'll be here before.
Pretty sure he was like the
you know
Royals
it.
All-Star like 3 years ago. Like their one guy.
Wow, I upset somebody. This texter from the 402 is ripping
You-
on you for your
You
knob-block
are
take.
correct.
Mhm.
This,
He also won a gold glove.
Yeah.
Who did?
Benintendi.
I thought you were going to say knob-block.
And he finished second in the Rookie of the Year voting in 2017 when he was with the Red Sox.
Sox.
Nice.
Yeah, he was the designated Royal in 2022.
That's right.
What was Jonathan Papelbon's war?
Why do you care?
Just a player I remember from the Red Sox.
Doing his weird thing.
Yeah.
I
that
hate-
guy was a freak.
I did not like him.
I
He
hate
was a
that guy.
goober. Career WAR of 23.3.
He was solid.
pretty.
He had a good couple of
pretty
years.
mid.
He was
Pretty
good for
mid.
those years, though. What was his war in those couple of years?
I don't know.
Like when they won the World Series.
What couple of years?
I think he was on the 07 team when they won the World Series. With
he was one of those
with
idiots.
Pedroia.
Yeah.
Pedroia with all the stuff on his helmet.
This is
Yeah,
the problem with all
every
these
one of
damn
them.
numbers. I
I
can't
bet all
see
those guys, the
um,
2007 Red Sox, none of them showered.
his best WAR year was 2006.
What was it there?
5.
Wow. Pretty mid.
5-win player for a closer is pretty dang good.
5 WAR player.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5-win.
So who is the highest
Wins
WAR
above
for a
replacement.
closer ever? Would that be Eric Gagne when he was on that
Like
nice little-
career total,
or I guess
Or are you
well,
talking
it's
about
probably-
season?
It would season.
the best closer season
I
we've
mean,
ever
you
had.
basically just got to find one of those guys that has one of those insane streaks. Rivera probably has the best WAR for a career closer, right? He was
100%. Yeah.
Mariano Rivera was good.
The best closer season.
Yeah, who had the best?
I feel like
closer season?
Francisco Rodriguez K-Rod had a pretty good WAR season.
Mm.
He had 50 whatever saves that one year. Fernando Rodney maybe had some cool WAR seasons.
Remember El Duque?
Yeah. Yes.
That means the Duque.
That guy
Guess-
was awesome.
Guess what?
What?
Mariano Rivera, not the best WAR of a relief pitcher.
ever?
Eckersley.
Dennis Eckersley.
Because he had the was
Now,
he the guy with the-
Eckersley
was a
used to be a starter.
in his early career.
Oh, so that's kind
But
of
so was Mariano, but not for as long.
that's kind of
Yeah.
cheating then, because some of that WAR is going to come from him as a starter.
Not
You'd have
really,
to narrow
but
it
then
down
there's
just to
another
the closing
category
seasons.
called Jaws,
Donna.
which is a combination of career and 7-year peak. And Eckersley outrates Rivera there too.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Nick, you said you know what Jaws is?
I listen to Fangraphs podcasts. They talk about it a lot.
Wow.
I don't fully understand it. but
I
I've
would
heard it.
I would start to pare down all of these damn new terms. We need to come up with like the 3 or 4 really important ones and,
And
then
then
get
delete
rid of
the
all
other
the rest.
ones?
Yes, because there's way too damn many.
Or
And they all have different definitions.
Well, but this was just a little bit of a tweak to this one. It's a bit.
Shut up, you nerd.
whoa.
We just need a couple. That's all we need.
You can listen to Creighton Baseball this spring with John and Connor. I will be providing the advanced analytics on the
Nice.
broadcasts.
I can't wait to hear each Creighton player's OPS plus.
That would be a great sponsor thing. Like it's time now for the Connor
I could do
Happer
an alternate
advanced stat
broadcast.
of the game, brought to you by Miller North Math Club.
Exactly.
How cool would that be?
100%.
Exactly.
Folks, sign your son or daughter up for the Miller North Math Club.
Yeah,
today.
get some. We can. I think our fine friends at D1 Baseball have some good data. Like,
Do you
advanced
subscribe
data.
to that?
I do.
Well, you
During the
subscribe to a
season.
lot of
Not-
stuff.
Sorry, not during the off season.
Ken
but-
Palm and D1 Baseball.
Well, I mean, I have to do my job, Josh.
I know. I always hate
Yeah.
it. Like we have Kendall Rogers on, and I can't read any of his stories. So
You
I
have
can
my
for like a
password.
3-week period in June.
yeah, I just
Yeah,
ask him.
I usually get them for the whole season.
Yeah, I ask him
Good.
questions based off of the headlines that are on his website. I'm like, all right, let's see if I can figure out a question off of this.
That's amazing.
It's a fun little game that I try to play.
What a game.
Mm-hmm.
Well, friends, we have successfully gone from the logistics and the cleanliness of birds as pets to war.
Advanced analytics. in
Advanced
baseball.
analytics in baseball.
I mean,
This has been great.
We saw it from Josh Odson 25 minutes ago. Happy New Year.
Happy
Really?
New Year.
Happy New
Happy New
Year.
Year.
I feel like we were dying for a second, but maybe we came back
Well, we came back thanks to
Yeah.
war.
thanks to war.
Thank you, War.
Wow.
And all-
Thanks,
because
war.
I said Chuck
Not enough
Knobloch
people
sucked.
thank war.
What is it good for? A best of.
What is it good for? Freedom and a best of.
One segment on January 1st,
Wow.
2026.
Wow. It'll be there before
Or
you know it.
probably in the days prior.
I was going to
that.
say December 28th.
Remember, it's better to have too much and then Nick can pare them down versus
Than
having
too
That's
little.
right. Happy New Year.
Because if we don't have enough, then Nick gets to do the show solo.
Mm-hmm.
And Nick doesn't want that.
Just going to talk about baseball the whole time. Talk about Lightem.
I mean, I guess, Nick, if you just wanted to do that, feel free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe Nick could do the alternate stat broadcasts.
Oh, on
The
12
Nick
News Talk
cast.
1290 Coil.
Yeah.
Oh, welcome to the Nick
That'd be a
cast.
fun bit to do. Is April 1st on a is that a game day this year for baseball?
I don't know.
Be a fun April Fool's Day, the Nick Grimm Statcast. But the bit is that you're all in the same room. So the sound is just bouncing everywhere. It's like when we both did the interview with Sipple and Basnet in the same car.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Everyone's just talking at the
What a
same
time.
time.
It's a fun bit.
Mm-hmm.
April 1st is a Tuesday.
Oh, who
On
are they
a
playing?
Tuesday.
Probably
Who are they
Omaha.
playing?
Omaha.
Nebraska.
Look at
Oh,
that.
nice.
In Haymarket Park.
Oh, so you'll be doing the show from Lincoln that day.
Yeah.
John will be in Lincoln.
I'm John. I'm in my house.
man, I'm showering today.
I shower every day.
That's a good call, John. So do I.
John, nice hair. You look like you showered today, even.
I did. I
love
showered
John's
today
hair.
too.
You have great hair, John.
The Grum Down is coming up because that means a Grum is coming up.
Because that means the crossover is done.
Bye.
Brought to you by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com. Boy, do you guys get your money's worth. 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Dumb Debates Wednesday. And just to make sure things are extra stupid, we're moving things around today. It's like when you rearrange your bedroom when you were a kid.
The feng shui of the Grum will be altered.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone.
The hell?
Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Is this one of your goofy opens, Nick? Is it about to be like, Merry Christmas, bitches?
I haven't touched anything. I don't know
Yeah,
what's
that got
happening.
funky there.
Interesting.
It got funky there for a second.
It's Halloween on the Grum.
Thank God we're far removed from that.
Halloween?
Yeah.
Oh, but it's the fall and football is still on our television. And
Yeah,
the Eagles hadn't won the Super Bowl again yet.
Well, but just think, next Halloween, kids will be going as Nick Sirianni
Will they?
and Ryan Day, the
They'll-
two
in Omaha?
the two bearded coaches who won national championships or world championships.
They will?
Sure, why not?
Oh.
Everyone wanted us fired, and then we won the whole damn thing. You know what? It's kind of like Major League. Ryan Day said, peel a section, and they did.
Who is the nude person? Oh, just did it again.
It's doing it. I don't know what's happening.
I didn't notice at that time.
Jason texts in, the only thing worse than baseball analytics is listening to a radio show talk about them. Well, that sounded like crap too, Nick. What's going on with Next Gen
I don't know.
today? Did you hear that? It sounded... Now
Sounded
that
fine
sounded
to
better.
me.
The first time it sounded all... Not great.
I don't like this.
Not
I don't
great.
know. I
Me
don't know
neither.
what's happening.
What is happening? Everything is falling apart, Nick.
Yes.
Everything.
Everything.
Well, we'll try to muddle through as best we can.
Yeah, we have a great show coming up today for
We
the
do.
folks.
I think we do have a fine show coming up. But like we said, a few of the things got moved around a little bit.
What?
As we look at the Grum Down presented by... Don't worry, you're still going to get the same stuff. It's just going to be in a different order.
All right. That's fine with me.
You know, sometimes when you go to the buffet, instead of starting with the salad bar, you start with the entree. Then you cut back to the salad bar. Then you go to dessert.
The portion of our audience who might not be able to listen while we do dumb debates is either going to really love it or really hate it.
I was thinking about the same thing as well because Mike Schaefer, one of the things that's happening with Schaefer is he's going to be in the happy hour today. So, like, this whole new audience that maybe doesn't hear Shave is going to get shaved today.
Sure. And a
Get
whole new
shaved.
audience that doesn't get dumb debates is going to get dumb debates today.
By the way, I just got a message. Whatever you're hearing is not coming across the radio. So it's that thing. So this thing continues.
I mean, it was
Well,
in me, too.
yeah, but
I would hear it,
his
too.
thing's not coming
I think it
through
might
that.
be a board issue.
Well, but if it was a
board,
board issue, then it would be going out over the air.
Many are saying it's totally fine.
Hmm.
So what do we got on the show, though?
We have Creighton Xavier tonight.
Dude, these two teams are hot right now.
They
Basketball.
are. They're warm, very warm.
Like
Very,
the weather
very warm.
in Omaha.
I wish I could go tickle chains.
The Michigan cheating scandal rises back to the surface.
Nothing to see here.
Are you finally
folks.
going to take responsibility?
Nothing to see here, folks.
Well, that's what
I delete
that's
texts
what, that's
to
what,
Sharon
That's what they'll
Moore.
be saying when that trophy is taken out of the trophy case. Nothing to see here, just that little spot there with the dust
Around a
it,
circle.
around a circle where our vape trophy used to be.
I know how that goes.
Until they took it away and gave it to Washington.
I hate dusting.
Mike Schaefer will
Get a
be in the
slipper.
happy hour today.
Oh, nice get, Nick.
Husker
thanks.
24/7.
Nice move, Nick.
I worked hard on it.
Mitch Holtis ain't having any of that ref talk.
Man, when the
I noticed he's been going back and forth with some of the people in the NFL sphere about
Mitch, that doesn't sound like him.
about the whole, the Chiefs get all the benefit of the penalties and stuff.
So is that how you're going to begin the conversation? Like, Mitch, it seems like you guys got away with one again.
No.
Oh, I should have sent Mitch our breakout video from the other day. I was talking about the Chiefs and the conspiracy.
Oh, God, he would love that.
I think he would. I think he would agree with my synopsis, which I thought was a very level-headed and even-handed take.
I thought that we did a good job.
I did. I thought we did an excellent job in every respect. It acknowledges the fact that, yes, the Chiefs do get some calls, just as other dynasties got some calls, just like a Greg Maddux used to get calls. Greg Maddux, who famously had a very good WAR.
Oh, baseball. That's more baseball
But
talk.
we're also more hypersensitive to these things because we have social media and we have
high definition
85 camera angles. I was in the hallway the other day when Mike, our traffic guy in the afternoons, you hear him in the afternoons talk about all the stupid delays on the interstate because you people can't drive.
Folks, avoid 84th Street and Dodge and Omaha.
And he asked me, do you remember that Super Bowl where they had the 360 cam? Remember this?
Yes, they would do that.
Where they had cameras stationed all the way around
I didn't like that.
The ring of the stadium, and it would move around, but they only used it like a couple of times.
I didn't like that.
And he said, I wonder why they don't do that anymore. I said, well, because
it's probably a waste of money.
It was a waste of money.
The juice wasn't worth
really
the squeeze.
Functional, and we have the Sky Cam now.
We do have the Sky Cam.
I like, what's the camera that the angle, it makes it look like you're playing Madden. It's like the
Sky
Madden
Cam.
angle. I love that camera.
Behind the players.
I want the whole game to be in that camera.
Oh, no, Nick. Come on now.
You don't have any depth perception. You can't tell how far down the field.
Well, I have glasses. I can see just fine. I wear mine.
No, not everything needs to look like a video game.
Yeah, what's up with you not wearing your glasses? You're going to hurt your eyes, man. Do I sound like your wife again?
My eyes are fine. I only wear them when I need them.
Interesting.
Like when I'm stuck way up in the corner at Connecticut.
Yeah, I noticed at the game on Saturday you weren't wearing them.
Well, no, because I was on the floor.
Well, yeah. I mean, Mac's right there. You can see Mac. He doesn't
That's
have
true.
to say anything
Yeah,
else.
by the way, that was the first time I've had a coach standing in front of me during a broadcast. 0 out of 10. Not a fan.
Can you just
so
ask
what's
him
cool
that?
being so close to the bench? Hey, Flan, could you just...
But just think, though, Flan isn't as big as Mac.
He's tall, but yes, he's not as big.
I got a new nickname for Mac. I'm going to call him the Eclipse.
Nice.
It just seems like he's like, I can't say.
You're leaning.
By the way, the Eclipse would be a good name for a wrestler.
Back.
It would be.
From parts unknown, 275 pounds, introducing the Eclipse.
Like a Yokozuna type.
Did you just give away Mac's weight?
No. I was just spitballing like typical wrestler weight.
Wow. Okay.
No, Mac's in fine shape. But he is a tall, large man.
A tall, large, handsome man.
Who
I was bummed to not see him on Friday. I always like shaking his hand because I'm always like, oh my god.
You missed it. He was trash talking John. It was great.
Oh man, I do like being around it when he craps on John for like this from Beringer fan. Why is John looking like a marshmallow salesman?
Do marshmallows need salesmen?
No.
I think they can sell themselves.
They sell
Save
themselves.
that for dumb debates. Speaking of,
I'm just wearing a black pullover. With this.
Excuse me, ma'am. Would you like some marshmallows?
Anyway, dumb debates will be earlier today, 3:45.
Yes.
Wow, that's gonna be that's an hour from now.
Did NIL bury Alabama and Georgia?
Ooh, topic alert.
The poor SEC.
Does anybody want to coach the Saints?
I'll do it.
Well, I mean, yeah, you want the salary.
I can play Madden.
The Raiders got their head cut off.
Oh.
And the Mavericks' trashy promotion. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? The Mavericks, now, is it 7? I'm losing track. They're winning too much.
I think it was 8 in a row. Is it
8?
It's many games in a row.
Many games in a row. 9. It's 9.
9.
It says right here in the press release.
That means no in Germany.
But they have a game Saturday against Denver.
Yeah.
Interesting. The hockey team plays Denver, too, the same weekend.
It's the Denver weekend.
It's Omaha versus Denver.
Welcome to Denver week.
And the folks over at Omaha Athletics are asking fans to bring your own garbage can.
Yeah.
Because if you're not familiar, and chances are if you've been living under a rock, maybe you don't.
Yeah, I don't know how you'd miss this story locally.
But assistant coach Kyan Brown has started this tradition where the Mavericks beat the ever-loving crap out of a trash can to celebrate their wins in the locker room.
I love college sports.
It's a fun bit.
So fans are now being allowed this Saturday to bring one 5-gallon or smaller plastic trash can.
Now, how big is a 5-gallon trash can?
It's basically
about 5 gallons.
It's basically Like the ones that sit next to our desk up there, about that size.
Okay.
The little ones.
All right. That's a
It's about
solid size, but it's not too tiny or
Yeah,
too big.
yeah.
Great.
But you can bring your own 5-gallon or smaller plastic trash can,
Banging on a trash can.
and they'll fill
Are
it
you
with
the Astros in
popcorn.
2017?
No, Nick, that was a Doug Funny reference.
They'll fill it with
Sad.
popcorn for $5.
What?
So you
So
can
you got
go
to
to the
clean
game.
it, though. You got to clean it, though.
Well, they're asking that,
you
yes.
buy a new one?
They ask that you bring a clean
A
trash
new
can.
unused trash
That's
can.
what I would do. But even then, I would want to like run it through a dishwasher.
As the press release says, all containers must be clean and sanitized prior to entering the venue.
Are trash cans food safe? Like there's some plastics
yeah,
that you
yeah,
can
that's
eat
not
food
good.
out of.
Yeah, it's like how there's the plastic that you
Yeah,
can
it's
melt
just plastic.
bodies in, like in Breaking Bad.
Yeah, it's
In
just-
Breaking Bad, Nick,
Mhm.
not in real life.
'Cause
It-
usually
if you go
trash-
to Lowe's and get a plastic trash can, it's perfectly fine.
eat out of it, Nick.
I wanted to see the study on this that I can just.
I don't
eat
think
out of
there
trash
is
can.
I don't think the study is necessary.
Google it, Nick.
Google it.
You
Google me.
You buy
Nice.
plastic dinnerware and you eat off of that.
Yeah, but that's food grade. That's what I'm saying. Trash. They don't make trash cans with eating food out of in mind.
By the way, a text from
Pretty
John:
much
a Home Depot bucket, Nick's favorite place in the whole world, is 5 gallons.
It is.
So one of those.
Oh, the Menard. Well, that's not technically a trash can.
No, it's not. It's a bucket.
Although a lot of people we use those as trash cans sometimes.
When I think of those, I think of being a baseball player as a youth and how they had lots of sunflower seeds in them. Because we had the 5-gallon bucket of David sunflower seeds.
Oh, that sounds great.
Gotta love sunflower seeds.
Me too.
Overrated.
What?
Sunflower seeds.
What
are
a
overrated.
weird take.
Idiot.
No, they're not. No,
Moron.
it's
Idiot
No.
alert. Idiot alert.
no.
Sunflower seeds are great.
Text from the 402.
Peanuts greater than.
Trying to read a new book I got. So can John keep his bad takes to a minimum so I can just passively listen as I read? Thanks, John. Interesting.
Who's this dumbass?
A text from the 402. No name.
Oh,
associated.
no name attached to it.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, texter dumbass.
Wow.
I have the best takes. Many people.
Are you
say.
going to put his name in the text machine? This
Texture dumbass. I mean,
Texture
I guess
dumbass.
it'd be confusing.
Well,
with the other
anyway,
shows.
Saturday's game. It's at 7:00.
Bring a trash can.
Bring your own 5-gallon or smaller clean plastic trash can. And they'll fill it with popcorn for $5.
Well, how about this from Jimmy
and then
Allen?
afterwards, you can kick the crap out of the can, presuming that the Mavericks win.
Jimmy Allen says, you and Happer asked the same question about 5 gallons and thinking of those buckets as baseball buckets. Literally the exact question and statement. Wow, that's amazing. The same brain.
That's an insult.
No, it's not. It's a compliment, mainly for Happer, that his brain works like mine. Congrats, Connor. That's pretty cool for you. It's
Well,
pretty
those of us who are working people, we use those buckets for working jobs, like in our yards.
You're not a working man.
Yes, I am. I work in my
you
yard.
look like a marshmallow salesman and you talk into a microphone. You're not a working man.
When was the last
working
time
man.
you made some Rice Krispies? You know what you need for those?
Marshmallows.
Marshmallows.
Tina
No,
says,
you don't need marshmallows for Rice Krispies. You need them for Rice Krispie bars.
treats.
See, you
Oh.
would know that if you were a marshmallow salesman.
Yeah, Nick, like John. Keena says the kid in blank check ate ice cream out of a trash can and he was fine. Did you ever see the classic 90s flick Blank Check?
No.
Never heard
I
of it.
rewatched it during, it's a kid's movie. I rewatched it during COVID. Hasn't aged very well, mainly because he's like 12 probably.
Yeah.
He has a crush on a woman who's probably in her upper 20s.
Yeah.
And she kisses him at
I've
the
heard
end of the
about
movie.
this movie.
It's really, really good. He gets a check and he just writes $1 million into it and he goes and cashes it and then he's a millionaire. It doesn't make any sense. It's a classic Disney movie from the 90s, though. My generation very much loved it.
Chris says if you can mix up Husker Punch in one, you can certainly eat popcorn out of one.
Bingo, Nick. Husker Punch.
What
I got
is-
drunk
like
on
I
that
said,
one time.
you
What is
can-
Husker Punch?
I don't remember what
I've never heard of this.
You can do this, and you
this
can
isn't
drink
this
out of
isn't
it,
Elk
but it's
Creek
good
water.
for
They
you.
just repurposed the name.
No. It's funny that you mentioned that, though, because what I was going to say was at the famous Big Ten championship game that I joined you on Bigger Overreaction for, blitzed out of my mind. Earlier that day, I had some Husker Punch.
I've never heard of this.
I'm going to find it's a red drink. I'm trying to remember what is in it.
This
Let's
isn't
see.
like stupid red beer, is it? Which is disgusting.
All right, here we go. Oh, wait, this is Elk Creek water. Where's the Husker
Yeah,
Punch
see, when
recipe?
someone says Husker Punch, I just figure they're just renaming Elk Creek water because I
Here we
would
go.
equate
All
that
right.
with.
Now, this is according to, this is 3.7% alcohol. That can't be the one. 8.2% is 1 gallon of Hawaiian Punch, then orange juice, Bacardi Light, gin, SoCo, and Amaretto inside of it. It's just a bunch of booze and some red stuff, and there you go.
I hate SoCo.
I've never heard of this.
Dave Fight says that Husker Punch in my fraternity was Everclear and Kool-Aid. Yeah, it's just a drink to get you hammered. That was the goal of Husker Punch.
Well, that's also the goal of Elk Creek water.
That is also true. Yeah, we're not talking about some good quality, mixed drinks over here.
No, it's always the cheap stuff.
Man, I used to have Elk Creek water a lot. That's a good drink.
I haven't had Elk Creek water in years.
It's been a long time for me too.
Years and years.
Mm-hmm.
Probably should have some one of these days. What is an Elk Creek water? I forget.
Elk Creek water is vodka, triple sec, gin. I can't remember if there was one more liquor, and then OJ, and then you put a little bit of Sprite on top. That's how I made it.
Does the Sprite do anything?
Yeah, add a little fizz to it.
Little.
I thought there was one more booze. I thought there was one more form of alcohol that was inside of it. Man, that was good stuff.
402-951-1620.
You
You'd
contact
like to hit
us.
us up on the hotline. Needs a sponsor, by the way.
Yes, it does.
Yes.
If the folks there, what was the name of the place that does the Elk Creek water?
Sandy's.
Sandy's. And you want to sponsor it?
Oh, man.
I mean, we just gave you some free love. You might as well sponsor our
Yeah,
hotline.
come on, Sandy's. You're my favorite college bar.
The internet sponsored. No, the
We should
what do
sponsor
they
the
call it?
internet.
The X is sponsored.
You don't call it
JTech
X.
Construction's
Well,
own
that-
Twitter feed.
That's what the owner says it is.
Somebody's licking boots.
Classic John.
Well, it's what it's called.
Let's call it Twitter.
Ronald owns McDonald's. He didn't name it.
If they
something
renamed
else.
Wrigley Field, would you start calling it by its God-fearing government name, or would you call it Wrigley Field? We know the answer to that question. You can still call it
People
Twitter.
Well,
still
the
call
Cubs,
it the Quest
Cubs
Center,
won't
John.
do that.
People do still call it the Quest Center.
And that's erroneous. That's wrong. It's CHI Health Center.
yeah, but you're the voice of the Jays. You have
Yeah.
to say that.
But that's what it's called. It's called the CHI Health Center. And
I
it
know.
can't be confused with a hospital.
That's
Take me
true.
to the CHI Health Center. And it always takes you to the right place.
Right to the hospital, sir.
Also, how are you on marshmallows?
Anyway, it's the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed.
Nice.
And the Equitable Bank inbox, where we take banking personally and we answer the phone on the first ring. And by the way, you can send your dumb debates into those sources
All of
as
them.
well,
Yes.
if you'd like.
Mm-hmm.
Just use the hashtag dumb debates.
And that's the Grum today.
And that's the Grum today on 1620 The Zone. Nowadays, folks are always looking to make a quick buck. And one of the best ways to do it in the world of sports,
Selling
Gambling.
marshmallows.
not selling marshmallows, memorabilia. It's all about the memorabilia world.
Yeah.
You know, the Pirates famously tried to offer that 11-year-old kid a bunch of stuff for that Skeens card. The kid wisely said, nope.
Because there wasn't a specific offer.
I'm telling
the
you, there's a
kid.
movie in there that we could do. We'll do it right after we do the other one about a world without music.
Yes.
But Indecent Proposal 2.
Electric Boogaloo.
Unless you subscribe to the theory that Topps had the card the whole time and there was no kid.
Yeah, we might have to do a segment tomorrow where Nick explains this weird Jimmy
No,
Allen theory.
No, we do not need any more of that.
It's a weird
The
conspiracy.
Jimmy Alley conspiracy hat site. We should make a hat for when one of us has a conspiracy like take
tinfoil.
that we just put on our heads with a zone logo on it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well,
Anyway,
of course, around here, the most popular memorabilia is Husker memorabilia.
that's true.
Well, the composer of our fine theme, the great Ian,
Yes, I love Ian.
brought attention to something that he saw on the interwebs this week.
Oh, excellent. Thank you, Ian.
The unsponsored interwebs.
For those of you who, maybe are sitting on some of this Husker memorabilia and are thinking, man, this is going to be worth a lot of money someday.
Yeah.
Well, from shopgoodwill.com.
Well, understandably so.
Woof.
This is an autographed Bill Callahan Husker football.
Hey.
The current price, $9.99, which
Steal.
happens to match the minimum bid. In other words, there have been no bids.
Hey, that's a great deal, John. First of all, the football was worth more than that if you were going to buy it to get autographed.
True.
It would have cost more
Because
than
it's
$10.
got the fancy white panel on it with
for the autographs.
with the ugly Steve Peterson chicken scratch Husker logo.
It looks amazing.
And there's Bill. And by the way, you can actually tell by the handwriting it says Bill Callahan.
It's a good signature. You know, I signed my name.
It's a pretty good signature.
I signed my name for something yesterday, and I realized, wow, I don't know if you could read what this says. I stopped caring.
Yeah, I know. My handwriting's gone to hell.
You can see the J, and then everything else is just.
It's almost like I have a brain fart. It's like because I was always used to signing my name for checks or on assignments or all this other stuff. And so you kind of practiced it and you got good at it and it had a flow to it. Now I got no flow. My signature's got no flow.
There's no flow, Nick.
No flow.
No flow.
My signature, I don't think I've ever had a consistent signature.
Yeah.
I think every single time I do my signature,
new?
it's a little different.
Well, for those of you who are like, oh, well, yeah, but that's Billy C. Come on. Everyone
give
mocks
us a
the Billy
coach
C.
that people like around here, John.
Well, from the same website.
Whoa.
shopgoodwill.com.
Look at this.
It's a framed.
Is that the World Herald?
That is the Omaha World Herald from the day after Bo Pelini was hired.
Hell
with the big headline and huge typeface. It's Bo's show now.
Let's go.
And there's a picture of Bo at the podium with the dark red background and sitting in the background with his hand coughed upon the bottom of his chin in deep thought is one Dr. Tom Osborne, and it has autographs of both Bo Pelini and Tom Osborne.
Look at that.
Going for the current price of $12, which is $1 lower than the minimum bid of $13.
Why is that? Tom Osborne's autograph is on that, John. You could cover the Bo autograph.
Do you think
you could just cover the part where it says it's Bo's and it could just say show now?
Do you think there's an oversaturation in this market of T.O.'s autograph? Do you think T.O.'s autograph is actually bringing the price down?
No, Nick.
There's a lot of
Does
Tom
really sign that much stuff?
Oh, there's
or is this one of those stampy stamps?
No, he signed it.
Okay.
That looks real.
It's a tiny thumbnail.
You're a tiny thumbnail.
I think you could probably find fewer households that don't have at least one piece of Tom Osborne signed memorabilia than those that do.
Yeah, among the fans of Nebraska football in Omaha and
because
Lincoln.
Tom has signed a lot of things and people seem to have a lot of them.
Yeah,
whether it's newspaper clippings or posters or helmets or footballs.
It's Bo's show now.
But yes, you can go to shopgoodwill.com and get both of these fine. But just keep that in mind.
Amazing in our studio.
Keep that in mind next time you think you're sitting on a gold mine when you're sitting on that signed Husker memorabilia.
Huskers merch, Beanie Babies,
handshake meme. Max says, look at that division-winning coach right there. Division champion.
He did win a couple of them.
He did indeed.
He did.
He won 3 of them, John. He won 2 in the Big 12 and 1 in the Big 10.
Dave.
He did. That's right. Very good.
Dave Fight talking about the football.
Yeah.
That's just $9.99 is just 37 cents per win.
When you look at it like that, it's a steal, John. 37 cents per dub.
He did have a winning record.
Oh, Levi in Colorado. Excellent question. How much for a Scott Frost autographed graphic novel? Yeah. How many of those do you think Scott signed before his era went to crap?
Whatever happened to ours?
It used to be. It was sitting over there.
I don't know. Probably got thrown away.
Oh, no. Did someone throw it away?
I think I have another one in my desk.
Did it get trashed?
Well, that's okay. Farron has his.
That's true.
And that's the one that we care
And
about.
that's
the
the
most.
one that, well, that's the reason we got him in the first place.
Mhm.
We had to send one. to
I also
Farron.
still have his audiobook reading of that.
There you go. Steve says, I got a signed Rex Burkhead mini helmet. My dad has a signed helmet from Ndamukong Suh where he used the N on the helmet as the N in his name. And so he just signed it Ndamukong Suh.
That's actually
pretty cool.
funny.
He did that his senior year before he became the best player
I
in
wonder
college
what
football.
the modern era rarest Husker signature you could find.
Of like a good
Yeah.
player.
Yeah.
I mean, they do fan day, so it's like at the very least you're going to have however many thousands of people show up just to fan day alone.
Sure.
It's a good question.
I'm guessing there's not a lot of Jeff Quinn stuff out there.
Definitely
You
not.
probably get a good price on some Jeff Quinn stuff.
That's true. Yeah, you go a little bit
Especially
further
if you
back
go to
in
Ord.
time. Oh,
Back in time.
wow.
Well, I show you, or I bring this topic to the table just to remind you how out of whack college football is these days. So I have posted, these are the current college football national championship odds for next season.
Okay.
As posted by the Circa Sportsbook.
Oh, Circa, Nick.
And you will notice.
What will I notice, John?
Well,
that Ohio State's number 1. Is that
Ohio
why you
State's-
brought it up?
No, Ohio
You
State's
love
number
making
1.
me feel bad.
No, Georgia's number 2.
Still like
Oregon's
me.
number 3. Texas is number 4. Penn State 5. Alabama 6.
Alabama.
But if you notice, the top 14 are all SEC, Big Ten, or Notre Dame.
No, there's one other team in there that you
Who?
forgot.
Who?
Clemson.
Is Clemson in there?
Clemson.
Oh, I did miss Clemson. Sorry.
Clemson.
All right.
They're
So
20 to 1.
So 13 of the top 14 are SEC, Big Ten, and Notre Dame.
Yes.
Then Miami represents the ACC at number 15. Then it's more SEC, Big Ten. But the first Big 12 team. It's hard to see on the graphic that we've posted.
Their font
it's
is so
It's
tiny.
in very tiny print, but I have a nice little purple arrow pointing
Oh,
to it.
thank
Yes.
you.
At number 28 on the list comes the first Big 12 team in the national championship odds. And that would be, because I outlined it in purple, the K-State Wildcats at a mere 25,000 to 1.
Wow.
25,000 to 1. That's the number 1 Big 12 team.
Where's Iowa State in the tiny baby font?
I don't know.
John's not wearing his glasses, Nick. There they are. I
Yeah,
see them.
under Baylor.
Yeah, it looks like it's 35,000 to 1.
Yeah.
Or plus 35,000
Yes.
rather, not 35,000 to 1. That would be amazing odds.
Now, I'm not
Words.
saying that this is wrong in terms of I can't believe these odds are this bad, but it does remind you of how out of whack college football is these days. Because, back in
Well, do you
not
think they
that
can
long
win the
ago,
championship?
not that long ago, you could find not equal representation, but at least fair representation
Texas
of
and
all
Oklahoma would be
5
there, yeah.
of the power conferences among your top 10 or 15 odds getters.
Mm-hmm.
Now you have to go all the way to 28th just to find the first Big 12 school.
Yeah, that's true. There are multiple ACC schools, at least in the top
There are a few.
20-ish.
There are a few.
You got Miami in there. You got Louisville
You
in
got
there.
the idiots that think Florida State.
Yeah, I was going to say, you have Florida State, a better job than Nebraska in there.
2 wins.
Very well. That was last year, John. Again,
2 wins.
I'm always surprised how much you live in the past instead of the present or the future. In this
John,
Well, here's the present. Florida State today.
Yeah.
Today.
Yeah.
has only 2 fewer wins than they had all of last year.
Well, they'll pass that. They'll get halfway there in week 1 when they beat Alabama, John. Man, you just love laughing for about nothing. You love laughing at.
I don't know why you take up for Florida State so much.
Well, because I want to be right in this
I
argument.
know, because you're now very of Native American nicknames. Chiefs, Seminoles. What's next? What's next? You're going to tell me Illinois should be on here somewhere?
Well, they probably are, aren't they?
Oh, they probably are.
Where are they? Are they the one below Missouri? Are they covered up? Oh, no, wait, there they are.
Where are they?
They're the very top of the tiny baby font.
Ah, the tiny baby font.
His next favorite baseball team will be the Braves.
No, it will not be the Braves, Nick.
You're mad about the Guardians.
You and Jane Fonda can sit in the front row and do the tomahawk.
No, we will not do the tomahawk chop. By the way, John, to answer your question, we've gotten a couple of morbid response. Is it more bud or morbid responses about
morbid means like morbid, like dark.
All right, well,
definitely.
You asked which autographs are the hardest to find. Eric, Brooke Behringer, probably the hardest to find. Alex and Lincoln, Lawrence Phillips, probably the hardest to find. That's a sad topic now, John. Look at what you have done to our topic. It is now sad.
It's what they did to the topic, it's not what I did.
You asked the question,
and I'll bet you there's a lot of Brooke stuff out there because he was a very popular player.
That's true.
Signed a lot of stuff.
Husker Country says, "Where is OU? Is OU underneath the arrow that is below? Are they the team below Missouri, John? John has this huge arrow and it's covering up a team.
Well, the reason I put the arrow there is to point out that, hey, look, there's Nebraska. Oklahoma's right there with Nebraska at 10,000 to 1.
Oh, wait, you know what? Indiana's at the top of the tiny baby font. I just found Illinois. I bet that it's Oklahoma.
No, Oklahoma, I just said, is even with Nebraska at plus 10,000. The red arrow pointing to Nebraska.
Oh, there they are.
There's Oklahoma.
Who is below Missouri, then?
I think it's SMU.
Oh, okay. That would make sense because
I think it's SMU.
All right.
I just wanted to point out that, hey, look, there's Nebraska. Nebraska's there too.
I know you.
They're at least in the second tier of font.
Vegas always likes Nebraska, though. Vegas likes to prop up Nebraska.
Do they, Nick?
Because they've made a lot of money on Nebraska fans.
Have they?
Well,
yeah, that's true. People love throwing money away.
They do like betting the over.
I throw pennies away. Why not throw tens of thousands of dollars
betting
away?
the over.
That is
they
pennies
do.
for
which is
some
famously
people.
not hit in the last 8 years.
It has been a long time, John.
That's the next goal.
To hit the over?
They hit the first goal this year.
That's
they
true.
made
They
a
made the
bowl
bowl
game.
game.
Actually won the bowl game.
Yeah,
next
they did.
goal, hit the over.
Yeah, but don't be better than Florida State so Josh can be correct. That's the goal for 2025. Prove Josh right.
So there you go.
Nice.
Have you put that on the list yet? Have you got the tomatoes yet for that?
For what?
That Florida State will have a better record than Nebraska.
I can put it on there if you'd like.
Do it.
Dwayne.
So you're saying that
Florida State will
you
be a
wanna put
better
that on-
team? I think Florida State's going to be a playoff contender. I don't think Nebraska will. You're so weird.
Get the
They
tomatoes.
were
yeah, I'm
literally-
weird. I'm weird. Again, how many wins do they have? 2.
They were an undefeated team in the regular season 2 years ago. Like,
Yes,
this isn't
and then
that
last
wild.
year they were a defeated team.
Yeah, well, the Eagles lost every game last year in December and January, and now they're in the Super Bowl. It's wild how you can be better one year to the next. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, but the only reason you're leaning into this is because of the whole Tony White argument.
Well, I do think that they're a better program than Nebraska. I think it's a much better job than Nebraska.
No,
But yeah.
it is not a much better job. It's a sideways step.
Speaking of much better, Canva. Greater than whatever John uses.
Who
I
cares?
love
Dwayne
Canva.
writes, if John had
Who
Canva,
cares?
he could have used a dotted line so you could still read what's underneath
cares?
it. What
That's
a
true.
shame.
Do you know
could've
who?
done that.
Excellent idea.
You know who else also had just 2 wins fewer last year than Florida State? Canva.
You know what else he could have done? He could have just used the highlighter. He could have just highlighted.
Oh, you could have highlighted it,
Well,
John.
I didn't. I wanted to because I wanted to point out for Husker fans that Nebraska's at 10,000 to 1.
Well, they are
And
indeed.
better than Kansas State and every team in the Big 12. Move back to the Big 12, the people say.
They should. They'd win there. Well, probably not, but they could maybe win there.
Good luck beating Iowa State and Nebraska.
They
Yeah.
did go 1-0 against the Big 12 last year.
That's true, Nick. And
People
that team was
forget.
good.
Mhm.
Colorado
And they
is
lost
good.
They
to
did end up
Illinois.
pretty good.
Who
end
did?
up pretty good.
Nebraska.
Why are you bringing up Illinois?
I'm just saying.
Why are you bringing up that
I'm just
Friday
saying.
night game?
Well, still to come. Dumb Debates is coming up in this hour.
Yeah, it's coming up soon.
Very soon.
Wow.
Preview of Creighton and Xavier tonight. Huge game. in the
Massive
Big
game.
East. All that and
Big,
more as
big
we
game.
continue on 1620 The Zone. John Bishop here for the good people at your home improvement company who have 2 great offers going on right now. You can get this unbeatable deal. If you need windows, this is the place to go, because right now your home improvement company offering buy 2 windows, get 2 free. Buy 2, get 2 free. Talk about an upgrade. And these are great triple pane, energy efficient windows made in the USA. Or maybe you're looking for a bathroom overhaul. Transform your space. Save up to 30% off a bathroom remodel. You could add that new walk-in shower you've been looking for, or just spruce things up and modernize. Either way, you can get both of these great offers with easy financing, no money down, no interest, no payments until 2026. All you have to do is call 402-764-1720 today and get a free in-home consultation. Whether it's windows or bathrooms or both, limited time offering, you're not going to want to miss it. So let me repeat again. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, or 30% off a bathroom remodel. Call 402-764-1720 right now. 402-764-1720. You're going to love the difference with your home improvement company. Visit YHIC.com and find out more. YHIC will exceed your expectations and make your home better. Don't wait. Call today, 402-764-1720, and love the difference. Reminder that tomorrow we're giving away tickets to the Daniel Tosh show. Tosh is going to be at the Orpheum this summer in June, and we've got tickets. And Nick's supposed to come up with a game that we play for these tickets.
Wow, Nick.
I'd really like to come up with a new game. I hate always going back to the need to get to 6. It's a good game, but I'd like, we used to be like the Price is Right where we had like 8 or 9 different games.
Maybe I'll bring back Is That
more.
Racist? Or name
Whoa,
that
that's
meat.
whoa, that's racist.
Oh, I'm changing.
What
it
if we
up.
did 21 on the radio?
That wasn't our game.
What if we
that
played...
was a flawed regimes game.
Interesting. It's like when a new president comes in and they rip on the old presidents.
That's the flawed regime.
Let's see.
All of our games were hits.
What if we played Uno on the radio?
Oh, perfect.
We'll figure out something.
One person calls and then they say the name of a card.
And that'll be tomorrow, right? That's when we're playing this game?
We're doing it
tomorrow?
We're doing it tomorrow.
We'll do it live.
Tickets to see Tosh.
Nice. Good get, Nick.
We have
That's right.
we have many tickets too, so it's not just like a one and done thing.
Many tickets.
I like.
Okay.
I like it. I like it a lot.
I like it a lot.
I like basketball too.
Well, that makes you different than a lot of our audience, as we discussed
Well,
yesterday,
you know
John.
what?
It makes them different than
Not
a lot
all
of the
of
people
us
in
can
this
be.
room.
Not all of us can be of an elevated lifestyle. But
Nice.
seriously, it's a great game
Marshmallow
tonight.
Man.
Great game tonight. I'll be selling many marshmallows at CHI Health Center.
Is it dollar beer night yet at the arena?
No.
When's dollar beer night? Or is it $2 now in the Trump
I
era?
love dollar.
No,
beer
no,
night.
it's only $2 at UConn.
And then
They do it
really?
on a Saturday morning.
Instead of dollar beer night, they should have dollar dozen egg night. That would be more valuable.
Yeah, no, Josh, that would cause disruption.
I guess it would. Anyway, back to the hoops.
Yes.
It's a big game.
It
as
is.
we talked about. These two teams are hot right now.
Yes, they are. Xavier's won
They're so
4 or
hot
5,
right now.
and they have they've got 2 wins in the last 11 days against 2 of the top teams in the conference. That would be Marquette and UConn.
And the only loss is to one of the other really good teams, and that's St. John's. And they had a double-digit lead against them.
In fact, of the 2 teams that only have 1 loss in the Big East, these are the 2 teams responsible for that 1 loss. St. John's has only lost once. That was to Creighton. Marquette has only lost once. That's to Xavier.
Yeah, and the other weird part about their schedule to this point in time, too, is because you look at their conference record and they're 5-5, but they have played a lot of the really, really good teams.
Oh, they've played a great
and they've done a double round robin with multiple teams already.
Yes,
they've
they
already
have.
played UConn twice because the first time was over a month ago in mid-December. That one they lost in overtime, and then they beat them the other day. So in theory for them, this should be the stretch of basketball after tonight, or maybe even starting tonight for Xavier, where they go on a nice...
you're saying Creighton's easy.
No, I said after tonight, John. But if they got a dub tonight, it would certainly be, it would help continue this run that they have been on in recent weeks.
And for the first time in what seems like several years, Zach Fremantle is back for Xavier. He missed all of last season, missed most of the year before. The 6'9" forward who's had some good games in his history against Creighton.
Yes, he has.
He is back and playing well. They got an Indiana State transfer, Ryan Conwell, who has been their most consistent three-point shooter, though the three-point shooting has dipped a bit in league play. But he's kind of basically hitting threes at the same level as Stephen Ashworth has been for Creighton. This is a team that they've got experience. They got guys back from last year like McKnight and Swain, who Davion McKnight, point guard, Swain, forward. They even have their own Marcus Foster.
Nice.
It's not the same Marcus Foster, obviously.
Yes.
But they have their own
The portal
Marcus
doesn't
Foster.
allow for that.
No, not yet.
Not yet. Yes, you're not allowed to get transfers from 8 years ago.
But it's
on your
interesting
team.
because
the good on the good part.
the 3 things they do really well.
Creighton does well in defending.
They're good. They're good at 3-point shooting, 20th in the country. They're 5th best in assist rate.
Yep.
22% of their points have come from the free throw line. What has Creighton done well?
Stop teams from doing all of those things.
They're the best 3-point defense in the league.
Mm-hmm.
Not as many shot attempts come from 3. Creighton's opponents only have an assist on 41% of their baskets, which is among the lowest in the nation.
Yeah, and they're
the points from the free throw line.
Yeah.
Again, Xavier's getting 22% of their points at the free throw line. Jays are only allowing about 11% of opponents' points at the free throw line.
Yeah,
so it's interesting how the strengths match up. Now, one area where I think this game will probably be decided is Xavier's transition game, because they are really good at transition offense. They rank 95th percentile in transition scoring efficiency. And if this game gets a little turnover happy, or Xavier's able to rebound and run, that's where they've made a lot of hay. That's where they really impacted I watched their Saturday game last week against UConn. It's where that game was impacted. A lot of their good games this year they have done being able to get out in transition. Now, usually you think about Creighton, you figure out, hey, if a team likes to run, Creighton's like, please, give me more. We want to run too. Mm-hmm. So this could be a really fast-paced basketball game tonight if it gets going. But this is where Xavier, likes to live.
Yeah, and I think going back to the earlier point that you were making in terms of the good versus the good, these are the types of matchups that you like in sports, where a team does one thing well and the other team is good at stopping them from doing such a thing. And so what happens at the 3-point line? Are they able to get Creighton fouling them, which, every single week that we're talking about one of Creighton's games, we're talking about how well they do in terms of not fouling the opposition. And again, both teams are playing really, really good basketball. 3 of Creighton's last 4 games, or 4 wins rather, have come by at least 20 points. They haven't allowed more than 64 points in any of the last 4 games. Greg McDermott said it, I believe it was yesterday, the success breeds confidence when it comes to defense. Jason Green talked about how much more locked in they are defensively, how much more they're playing, team defense right now. He says it feels like we have a lot more grit recently. Like, all that stuff makes sense when you see how they have played and how they have won. And, when the end of the game goes your way, it's easier to buy in and to believe in that. And you can say the same thing about Xavier, in that who was a team that was once 1-4 in league play, has now put together some wins. And again, they just have to feel really good about where they're at, because they have weathered the storm enough. They're 500 in league play, but a lot of the good teams are totally in the rearview mirror. Yep. They're not going to have to play St. John's again. They're not going to have to play UConn again unless they're playing them in the Big East tournament. Mm-hmm. And so that's why this game, it does kind of feel like the last of this hurrah, if you will, because whatever happens, win or lose, you get by it, and the schedule is going to get a bit more manageable for them. Meanwhile, Creighton, with the way that they've been playing and the teams that they have beaten in recent weeks too, they just continue to pick up a lot more confidence, and I think that they look like a better team night after night.
Well, this was the stretch we were looking at, because it was the stretch in between.
Yes,
the tough start of the season when you played Villanova and you played Marquette and you played St. John's, and then you had this 5-game stretch that did include UConn. But it was a stretch where a lot of folks thought, all right, well, Creighton's got to go at least 3-2 or 4-1 against this stretch. If they win tonight, they will have completed the sweep of this 5-game stretch before, you get on the road again. You go to Villanova, you go to Providence. You still have a St. John's return trip, and you got a Marquette. Marquette actually is playing here the Saturday of Super Bowl weekend. So, they're coming up right around the corner. And, certainly this 5-game stretch has already been a success, but now you're looking at it differently, because before it was, well, this is what they got to do if they want to be in tournament consideration. Now you're looking at it as, hey, we're in conference championship consideration. We're only a game out, and we've got to win over one of the 2 teams that are ahead of us. And we've got matchups against those 2 teams still to come. So, Creighton controls its own destiny to winning the regular season crown. So, it's an interesting intersection between these 2 squads. Oh, by the way, this will be the 42nd all-time meeting. Of the previous 41, 25 of the 41 have been within 5 points in the final minute of the game. Wow. These teams always play tight, close, dramatic games.
Wow. Interesting.
So the odds of this one being close tonight are very, very good. Mm-hmm. And that's why Mac's been asking, hey, make sure you show up. Make sure you're loud tonight. Make sure you're supportive tonight, because we need a really good home court for Xavier. Because I get it. People will look at the record. And because Xavier had some stumbles early in the season, their overall record hasn't been great. And they're 5-5 in the conference. But in this last month, no. They've been a much better team. Mm-hmm. And they'll probably be a tournament team.
Xavier?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll probably be a tournament
Assuming
team.
That they don't fall apart. Yeah. Again, because the metrics are going to really like them.
Metrics really like them. They're top 50 in Ken Pom.
Yeah.
And again, they're playing really, really well right now. So Look forward to it. Should be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
7 o'clock tip, 6 o'clock pregame right here on 1620 The Zone. When we come back, before we get to dumb debates,
Which is early today again.
Speaking of dumb, the Michigan Cheat Marines are back in the news.
Time to put on my
Jimmy Allen hat. Yes,
no,
we know.
there is not. This is not conspiracy. This is,
Trutherism.
No, yeah, I'm trying to think of like my Sean Spicer hat.
Cult.
It's time to defend. Time to defend the boss, and the boss being the Michigan Wolverines. Go blue.
Don't miss your chance to win $5,000 with the Get Your Bleep Together giveaway.
Jeez.
Register online now for a chance to win at 1620thezone.com.
Don't forget, dumb debates. Next segment.
Oh, thank you. I did forget.
You
It
did.
is early.
Send in the questions.
And also don't forget that we've got a great zone deal coming up for the Woodcliff. Enjoy all of Woodcliff's delicious food with a perfect view of Woodcliff Lake. They've got their Thursday weekly special burger or the Friday fish special. And this week, two $25 gift vouchers which is worth $50, is
Whoa.
just $25, and they go on sale this Friday at 9 at 1620thezone.com.
Nice.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this? Brett Bielema has been taking to Twitter. He's feeling his wildness right now.
Now you call it Twitter.
Twitter or X.
Ugh.
I mean, there is an X there on the graphic as I look at it now.
Yeah.
But Bielema has been quote tweeting some tweets about Jim Harbaugh, some famous ones where someone has posted a video of Jim Harbaugh being, rather self-righteous and saying, if you cheat to win, then you've already lost. And tell the truth always. If you lie, it's over. To which Bielema quote tweeted those yesterday. First one, really? Why did you leave? Was looking forward to playing, but understand why you ran to the NFL. See you in the future, and I can't wait.
Oh, wait, is that his announcement that he is also going to the NFL?
Maybe. The other one, he just did a couple laugh crying emojis to the one about telling the truth. So Brett really enjoyed the news from yesterday that Michigan has responded to the NCAA investigation into the cheating scandal, the sign stealing scandal, with a 137-page document. Very Michigan of you to put out a very lengthy document. I'm sure there are a lot of big words in there because, as we know, Michigan is so much more educated than the rest of us.
How big was this again?
137 pages.
It's a lot of pages.
This makes me wish I had my Michigan book right now behind me so I could hold it up on camera.
It's almost as
the
big
one
as
by Willie Waffle?
That's the guy, John.
It's almost as long as a Boxcar Children book.
Wow, what a pull, Nick.
But
What a
in typical Michigan fashion, deflect the blame. They're saying, no, this wasn't us. We didn't do this. This wasn't us.
John, us in the Michigan family are too busy shining our championship rings
Colts.
from
Oh, you mean the old ones from last year?
It's not
Not
that
the
long.
new ones that Ohio State got?
It's not that long ago, John. It's still pretty recently still.
But one of the things that came out of this was, remember when this first broke, all the tinfoil hat-wearing pinheads at Michigan were saying, well, this is Ryan Day. Ryan Day did this. Ohio State, they're the one that did this. They're the one that told on everybody. They're the one that exposed this.
Your headphones are going to fall off with all your head shaking.
Guess what?
What?
According to the document, the Michigan 137-page document,
It was Ryan Day and his fake beard.
Nope.
Blue holes.
the tipster came from Michigan's own campus.
The call came from
inside the house.
The call came from inside the house.
What's that in reference to again? What is
Is
that
that
from?
Scream?
I don't remember, but the
Yes.
unnamed source, which the NCAA has not disclosed, appears to have worked at the school, at least at one point. Michigan believes the confidential leaker was used by the NCAA to produce at least some of the charges, something in which it expressed concern. So what's going to happen? Well, the case is going to go before the Committee on Infractions, but Michigan is requesting a pre-hearing conference to discuss the origins of the weasel tipster.
The weasel tipster.
So again, it's not about what you're being accused of. It's who's telling on us. That's the real story, says Michigan. It's not about what I did. It's kind of like with Bo and the audio tape. No, it's not about the dumbass thing I said. Who's the leaker? Who's the one? Who's the weasel tipster?
Baymont
Now-
says technically didn't the call come from inside the big house? Yes, it did.
It
Nick.
did.
Yeah.
So this reminds me a lot of what is known as the narcissist prayer.
Yeah.
That didn't happen. And if it did, it wasn't that bad. And if it was, that's not a big deal. And if it is, that's not my fault. And if it was, I didn't mean it.
There you go.
And if I did it, you deserved it.
That's actually
You know what?
this is.
That's actually better written than probably this 137 pages. Michigan just should have sent that in a fax to the NCAA and
True.
been done with it.
Could have been a tweet.
But we did find out because remember, Coach Moore, the new coach, the new Harbaugh, who was the defensive coordinator at the time,
It's like the
immediately on the day that the allegations first broke, deleted text messages from his phone.
John, that's normal.
Very normal.
When Stibbs left
Very
the station, you know what I did? I deleted the text convo with him.
I
said,
didn't.
I said
I wanted to keep his memory alive in my phone.
I said I don't want to be associated with someone who would leave us, who would stab me in the back.
If it was, that's not a big deal.
Exactly. That's what I did.
In an August 2022 text from Connor Stallions to Coach Moore, Stallions described needing time to meet with the coach to discuss, quote, a juicy report for you on CSU, which is Colorado State, which was the season opening opponent that year for Michigan. In another text, Stallions sent Moore a text about Michigan State's blitz signals. Quote, Michigan played Michigan State every year, and Michigan never changed its signals, the document said, providing context with the text. But here's one from November 2022. Stallion suggests to Moore that Michigan should change its signals ahead of the Ohio State game. Moore responded that he'll, quote, think about it. Then Stallions responded that Nebraska is screwed, a reference to the fact he could easily decipher the Huskers' signals ahead of the Wolverines' game against them that very week. If you'll recall, that was the game that Nebraska lost 34-3.
So you don't need to steal Nebraska's signals for them to be screwed.
They see now. Maybe he just said Nebraska screwed because they watched the film of Nebraska. That's how I read it.
But the most interesting text came in April of 2023. Stallions sending a note to Moore that Central Michigan assistant coach Jake Costner planned to visit the facility to meet with Coach Moore. Central Michigan opened the season with Michigan State that year. Of course, that was also a Michigan opponent. And ironically enough, that's the game where we see the Bobby Valentine disguise on the sidelines of Connor Stallions being
story.
on the Central Michigan sideline. And we still haven't heard from Central Michigan how the hell he got there.
Yeah, this is about as close as we have gotten so far in terms of, closure on that story, that it was definitely Connor Stallions on the sideline.
Connor Stallions is a dumbass because he's doing things like this and not using code words. Use code words for everything.
Like what?
Don't say juicy report. Say, I got a tasty burger.
Or I don't know, maybe walk down the hall to his office and just tell him.
Yeah,
what's for dinner? Do you want a delicious heaping of chicken thighs and a baked potato with Michigan State?
You want extra bacon bits on that baked potato?
Oh, exactly.
See, use code. It's not that hard.
So anyway, that's the latest. Michigan responding. This will probably last a while because Michigan now is pot committed.
Pot? That's illegal in some states.
They have
federally.
They have decided, hey, we're gonna fight this.
What are they supposed to do? They're not going to admit that they did it wrong.
Instead of just saying, yeah, we had this one guy, he was a dumbass.
They do.
He was a dumbass. We shouldn't have listened to him. He cheated. But
John, that's not what anyone ever does.
And
exactly.
If I did it, you deserved it.
What anyone who's already guilty already does.
Yeah, why are we surprised that the school who is being accused of this is not admitting that they were wrong? Nobody does that.
Because no one, whether it's institutions or people or whatever, never, ever, 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 ever learn. The harder you fight it, the worse the punishment's going to be in the end.
What's going to be worse about this punishment?
I don't know, but it is.
They're not getting the championship taken away. That's all they care about.
Death penalty.
They will not get the death penalty because they don't want to punish schools.
Well,
like that
we don't know, but either way,
I will tell you this: they're not going to get the death penalty, and they're not going to lose their title. So they'll deal with whatever they got coming. They don't care. They're going to fight it. This is what everybody does. Seriously.
Okay, but just because everybody does it, everyone jumps off the damn Woodman Tower doesn't mean everyone should do it.
John, in society,
they're guilty.
Well, of course they are. But in society today, no one ever admits that they're guilty. Nobody
so
cares.
How about an institution of higher learning? Yeah. They proclaim to be such a great institution. How about they actually show some responsibility and be a good citizen and say, you know what? We admit it. This happened. But no, instead, they're going to use the same playbook that crooked politicians and crooked corporations use. And that makes them dumbasses.
Doesn't make them dumbasses.
So congratulations, Michigan. You're dumbasses.
Makes them
you
Americans.
Got a tainted championship.
Makes them like everybody else in this country in power.
That
seriously,
does
John,
not excuse it.
There's no consequence.
You don't ever talk this way about politicians. They don't care. Why should anybody care? Seriously.
I don't care.
People get power for doing more than this. Illegally, nobody cares. Just take the black pill, John, and embrace it. Nihilism is the way to go. I'm serious. Why am I going to get fired up about this when way worse crap is happening all over the place? I'm serious.
You would not be taking this tact if it wasn't Michigan.
I mean, I'd be having fun if it was Ohio State for sure. And you would not be taking this tact if it was Nebraska. We could say that about everything.
Actually, I probably would.
What were you like in the 90s when stuff was going on with LP or Christian Peter? I bet you were like, I don't know. It's probably not as bad as they're making it out. I don't know.
No, it was bad.
Well, let's find your tweets from 1995.
Well, there weren't any.
And see, nice excuse, John.
Let's find John's journal.
X hadn't been invented yet.
Let's find John's journal.
John, give us your diary.
Yet. Well, either way, I look forward to Michigan dragging their own name through the mud. It'll be hilarious. And they'll have earned it.
We haven't gotten a good John soapbox in a while.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you got one now.
That was nice.
Soapbox. Maybe they could have used some of the product that was in the soapbox to clean themselves. Instead, they're getting dirty.
I was going to ask if there were marshmallows in that soapbox.
No.
John says North Carolina fought the NCAA over their violations and basically got off. Yeah, I still doubt that anything will happen to them.
Oh, they'll lose something. They'll lose scholarships.
Oh, like 2 scholarships. I
bet it'll be as impactful as it can be in this day and age.
And exactly. So what is that? A slap on the wrist.
But again, that doesn't forgive it. It doesn't forgive it.
But they don't care. They don't care about your forgiveness. They don't. Why should they care?
Fine.
Why should anybody care?
But don't preach to me about how great you are.
Well,
because
sure.
You're scum. You're losers. You're cheaters.
Keena quoting John Bishop in 1995. Dear diary, Tom Osborne is doing a great job. I trust him completely.
I didn't have a diary, so take that.
He even signed my journal.
And now I put
another Tom Osborne autograph.
I put it up at shopgoodwill.com and it's worth $12. AOL didn't exist in 1995.
Not yet.
I don't think.
Not yet.
What was around it? The internet was around. There just wasn't.
Barely.
Oh, there was a lot of defending. There's no doubt about it.
Did you write letters?
To the editor?
No, just to his friends. Dear Kevin Kugler.
No.
How's life in York?
Not at all. I didn't.
You didn't ask him about York?
Never. All right. Coming up next, if that wasn't dumb enough, and when we're talking about Michigan, it's pretty dumb.
Uh-huh.
It's Dumb Debates.
Dumb Debates?
Yes, it's early today.
Welcome to Dumb Debates, 350 audience.
Yeah. I know. I can't wait.
You're going to love it.
Seriously, this is a whole new audience. There are many of you who have never heard this segment before. It's pretty cool. It's kind of like what just happened.
Yeah.
But it's more whimsical. You can ask us any question you want.
Send us a text, send us an email.
Yeah.
Hashtag Dumb Debates.
The unsponsored text inbox is open right now.
The unsponsored text inbox.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
On 1620 The Zone.
Listeners are not to
Grocery store
anyway,
names need to be
dumb
funny
debate.
again. There's a dumb debate for
John's
you.
computer sucks, Macs are the only way. Dumb debate.
Bring back Inky Dinky.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mailing a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away. Dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground,
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Do not adjust your radio dials. This is not 450, it's 350.
You know, Mike Schaefer has to move one interview and it upends the whole world.
It does.
The whole
Changes
world has
everything.
been upended.
It
And here
changes
we are
everything.
at 3:50 doing this very segment right now, John.
But here's how the process works. You send us the dumb debate, and we all engage in dumb. Literally, we just had a
We
dumb
just
debate.
did, yeah.
But there's many dumb debates that happen over the dinner table at the office. You know, might be, sitting around watching sports together, at the bar,
Oh, yeah.
at weddings.
Oh, yeah.
Dumb debates happen everywhere.
All the time.
And this is your opportunity to bring those same dumb debates to this forum, and then we can solve them for you. And it can be about anything.
Every
We don't
day.
discriminate on the topic.
Yeah.
Whether it's been sports or politics or entertainment or human excretions, it's all been
Oh.
covered here.
That's a great reminder of yesterday's question
That
at
was
the
a
end of the
terrible
show.
It's a terrible
So of the
question.
things that come out of your body, which would be the most palatable to eat? Now, I said earwax, and I think that's a fine
Have you
answer.
ever tasted earwax?
Yeah, probably.
No, you haven't.
You've never picked your
When you
ear
were a
and said,
kid?
No.
You never- not even as a
No.
baby?
Okay, well,
So
you
would
did you ever eat
share-
boogers?
No.
Okay.
No.
Even as a kid?
No.
You never try it?
No.
You had a family
Don't knock
rag.
it.
No.
Don't knock it until you. Yes, thank you, Nick. Don't knock it until you try it. All right, let's see what it tastes like.
Yeah. Pick your nose quick.
Dig around.
Well, while I'm doing that,
Dig
why-
around.
While you can,
Taste
you
test
can,
Wednesday.
you can pick at your rear and you can eat that.
I don't want to eat poop.
That's gross.
Strigoi says John is a liar. I couldn't agree more. There's no
Nope.
way you never tried earwax.
Yeah.
Whole
No.
question: have you ever tried earwax?
No.
I'm willing to bet everybody's tried earwax.
No.
I can't believe that you've never tried boogers.
No.
You never was like,
No,
let's
I
see
was
what's going on.
I was never tempted.
There's a lot of
never,
hype.
ever, ever tempted.
Hmm,
Ever.
Mm.
interesting.
I would eat watermelon before I would eat boogers.
Boogers.
Boogers. What's not burgers? You can't call them burgers. It was boogers.
Yeah.
Or
Now you got to
boogers.
turn up the computer so we can play the classic drop.
Also, they're too mushy.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you.
So anyway, those are the subject. You can send those dumb debates to us anytime into the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed, or X as we now call it. And use the hashtag dumb debates, or send us an email into the Equitable Bank inbox and put dumb debates in the header. Like this one I got from Jerry.
Hello, Jerry.
This will make you happy, emo boy, because it's a football question.
I hate football.
If you had to fill a football roster in which every player was the same height and weight, what would that be?
Oh, go to Football Reference.
Excellent question.
So you're trying to find the optimal weight that every position would have to be if you had to fill your roster with the same size people.
And you're going against a roster of normal sizes, right? My roster of
I mean,
6 foot, 200-pound players has to go against
I
the
guess,
regular.
yeah, I guess.
Because you have to think about it from that
You
perspective.
probably want to start with quarterback and build around that, right? Like Josh
Around-
Allen would probably
Well,
be a
no,
good
I think you want
quarterback
to start
pick.
with your lines of scrimmage and build around that.
It's funny you say it, Nick, because actually I was just going to start with Josh Allen. I was going to say, what's Josh Allen's height and weight? And I was going to go
He's
from
a
there.
big guy,
He's a
and
huge
then you want
person.
other big guys.
Yeah, but I don't think you want your center to be, 6'5" and 230 or whatever Josh Allen is.
I think he's closer to 250.
Okay, but that's like you don't. I don't know if you want a really tall center. A
So you
tall,
want a
lanky
He
center.
is 6'5", 237.
Yeah. See, I think you got
So you're trading losing of height But I assume you want your linemen to be bigger, though, because they're going to go against defensive
Right,
linemen.
but
I don't want big linemen.
But I'm thinking of
because you got to go against normal-sized linemen.
Is this both O and D, or is this just O?
I mean, the Josh Allen, that's
whole team.
That's not a bad place to start.
And maybe you're right. Maybe he is too tall. But I think, like, because Severe says 6'3", 240. What was Cam Newton?
See, because that's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm thinking of, like, an athletic middle linebacker size.
Is Josh Allen the biggest quarterback? Like,
no.
Right now?
No. Right now? Well, maybe. Yeah, I mean, in terms of height and weight, maybe.
I guess this isn't
What's
restricted
Jared
to current
Goff?
players.
Goff's not as...
He's not as thick, though. Jared Goff is skinny.
He's kind of a little bit bigger.
He's not too... Okay, that was Jared Verse.
You know what? There's my
Versus.
answer. I want a team... Jared Verse is a freak. This dude,
hey,
he hit like 21 miles an hour on that touchdown run.
That's 6'4", 260. That's not that
crazy. You know what? That might be my answer. I want all Jared Verses.
Ray Lewis.
Because I think I could do something with that.
Ray Lewis was 6'1", 250. I think that's too short, but we're in the range.
I like where Michael's head is. I think because I'm thinking of a classic, an athletic middle linebacker type. But you got to have a little height on you.
So if you get someone like that,
so you don't want a short squat.
You can get Saquon Barkley if you go with that because he's 6 foot 233.
Yeah, too short though. Too short. Now look, I'm going to cape for the size of the 6 foot's too short.
Okay.
For everything. I mean, you need the receivers need to be a little bigger, the tight ends, and so that's why John is right though about the center. A 6'5" center is pretty ridiculous. Micah Parsons is 6'3", 245. I feel like that is a nice. That's a good. I think the Jared versus Micah like that linebacker edge rusher. I think that's the zone.
Do we need to make a graphic so we can kind of check off these boxes?
Yeah,
I want to see what my team of all Jared verses would do. First of all, they'd be the best trash talkers.
You'd have a horrible run blocking would be bad, but
would it?
I think so. I mean, you're going against some 350 pounders.
I mean, you could. I mean, if we scheme it right, maybe.
But now this is the offshoot of the classic question of if you had to put together a team of NBA players and it was 5, Michael Jordans or 5, who would you pick as your 5?
Yeah.
The offshoot of this question would be then pick a player that you have 11 Jared Verses or 11 Micah Parsons. And what would be the best player? Honestly, these might be the ansers.
That might be.
Those types of freak athletes that are big but fast.
Yeah.
Because you want to be able to run away
that
from.
Actually might those are two good prototypes.
Yeah.
That you could probably work with. Now,
because Bosa's too big.
Would you dominate? No. You would get exposed in places. Absolutely, you'd get exposed.
Yeah.
There'd be some areas where you'd be freakishly, good, but there'd be other places you'd get exposed.
Yeah.
Do we need to game this out, or are we just gonna?
What do you mean?
Go position by position and pick a player? That's a.
No, you're just picking one. You're just picking one.
It was the idea. Yeah, it was one player.
Oh, one. Okay.
I think we could work with a team full of Micah Parsons,
and you can clone them, and you have 11 Micah Parsons.
Yeah, no, I understand. I took the question as the players all have to be around the same weight and height.
No. It was more, just find a player. Yeah. And see, the other thing about that is, especially with Micah and the people who were at the Friday Night Lights camp, the stories from that day are legendary because he was playing receiver or cornerback and covering the 5-star receivers, and he was dominating.
Yeah,
and it's no wonder.
So I think that's a good prototype.
Triggered Ryan says you build it off the ultimate athlete, the tight end, can run, block, pass, and catch. How big was Gronk? Rob Gronkowski. See, 6'6", too tall. 6'6", 265. You brought up the great position though. And center.
Kelsey is 6'5", 250, so he's probably out too.
Man, the outside of center, that height and weight would be fine for everything else, but for center, it'd be a little rough.
The Gronk size, that's what offensive linemen used to be.
Curtis says Brian Buschini, no doubt. Cody says DK Metcalf, great freak athlete, probably a little too tall, but an excellent freak athlete. Excellent freak athlete.
I like the Jared versus Micah
Parsons. Yeah.
I'm thinking defense here.
Yeah.
What about Fran Tarkenton?
No.
6 foot 190.
Yeah. That ain't gonna do it.
No.
Let's see. A text from the 402 asks, if you were a character in their respective stories, who would you be more afraid of? Wendy Bird or Beth Dutton? Now, I don't watch the show with Beth, so John's going to have to
say
help.
that again.
Who would, if you lived in the world of either of
No.
these shows, who would scare you more? Wendy Bird, and that she is from Ozark. She was the wife in Ozark.
I haven't seen either of these shows.
Or Beth Dutton. Which wife is scarier?
Wendy Bird.
Yeah.
Because she went dark.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
At least with Beth Dutton, who's the main female lead on the
Yellowstone.
on
right?
Yellowstone. She's nasty, but she's got
like birds.
But she's got some scruples. She has some morals. She just wants to protect her family. Wendy Bird, she went bad, and then basically she went down the Walter White rabbit hole. A once decent person who turned dark.
Yeah.
So I would much rather live in the Beth Dutton world.
I'll take your word for it.
I will also defer to you.
Another one from the 402, different texture. Are there certain driver or car characteristics that determine what type of driver they are? I argue guy with the window rolled down and arm hanging out the window will always drive under the speed limit.
That's not true. I do that all the time. I don't drive under the speed
Yeah,
limit.
I actually, when I was reading this comment, I was expecting it to say arm hanging out would do something a little more recklessly.
I'm constantly 5 over, and I don't have my arm all the way out, but I have it.
Whoa, Nick, did you see what you just did there?
Oh, no.
Thanks.
My heart was going out.
Yeah.
I have my arm resting on the door, and then I'll have my hand on top of the door.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So we're looking for characteristics. Well, I mean, the easy one is you're
nuts
on your damn phone.
Oh, and that just says you're a bad driver.
Or you're doing makeup in the mirror.
I'm so sick of being at a stoplight, and then it turns green, and it's green for 5 seconds, and you can tell the person in front of you is just on their phone.
Because the light's coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I don't mean to upset our friends in the tiny counties around here. But, dude, every damn number on a plate with a dash following it is horrible drivers. Every time. They seem afraid of the speed limit. They're frightened of it. 65.
Now,
Speaking as somebody who comes from a small town, it took me years to get acclimated to driving in Omaha.
Yeah.
Because everyone here drives like an idiot, and people in the small towns drive normal.
While there are some cases where that is true, I have found, and take it from someone who drives the interstate every day of the week I've been on that interstate, I know the patterns.
Yeah.
There are certain people from a certain county whose number might look like a snowman who drive either way out of control or way too slow.
I don't know what county that is.
That'd be Hall County. That's Grand Island. There are a lot of people from Grand Island who are...
Matt Verzal?
Wow. Verz has been on this show many times saying that he's the kind of guy who, when he gets up behind you, he starts flashing the brights at you because, he wants to do 20 over the speed limit.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've become a worse driver since living in Omaha.
And I'll also say they also tend to be of a female persuasion.
John, you're not allowed to say that.
Well,
you are. Trust
I just did. Yeah. Listen, these are just observations that I make. I'm on the road every day. I see these things. I recognize these things.
You're always looking at the women folk, as you call them.
No, I just happen to notice.
Women!
John says, how come you're in a car and not a kitchen?
Or the people that don't understand how the cruise control works. Why don't people understand? Why would you want to? First of all, you're not Mario Andretti, so stop trying to be it. Secondly, just push the little button and let the car do all the work and you can rest your foot. You don't have to constantly be on that thing so that when you're going downhill, you're doing 85, but when you're going uphill, you're doing 55. Because you don't know how to control the accelerator in your vehicle. Let the car do it for you.
But if you are like me and you do know how to control your accelerator and you don't want to use cruise control because you like driving, that's okay.
Aaron texts in, and Aaron is of small towns. Says, here is the thing. People in cities are better driving in the city, but from a pure ability standpoint, people in small towns are better.
I agree.
I don't know what that means.
Well, being from a small town, but now have lived in the city, I guess that makes me the perfect driver.
Look at John.
Well, like back home, we had to come up learning how to bust through snowdrifts and stuff because the plows or maintainers wouldn't always get to our roads. So
bust
you have
through snowdrifts.
Yeah, you had to bust some drifts. So you just had to get better at learning how to drive in worse conditions.
Levi in Colorado asked, got any specific races you want to call out to, John, while you're at it? Yeah, you said women are bad drivers. What do you want to say about,
No. I didn't know. I did not say bad drivers. I'm just saying the ones who tend to be the least consistent controlling their speed.
Steve says Iowa, where the speed limit is reserved for ambulances and high-speed chases. Slowest drivers in the world. Is that true? Do people in Iowa drive below the speed limit?
No. Everyone in Iowa drives at least 5 over.
No.
Hell, I'll be on highways back home that I know for a fact state patrol like to frequent, and people are still going 70. It's
and what's the
insane
speed
to
limit?
me.
60?
55.
God,
But you can
55.
It's 55, but you can go 60. Cops usually don't care if you go 60.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's 5 over. Who
Right.
cares?
But then there's people that are going like 75.
Wow. Sindelar texts in. Not everyone has cruise control, John. Another upper crust grill deck elitist take from John.
Damn, John.
You and your...
What is Alex driving a car from the 50s?
Maybe he is.
I mean, cruise control has been pretty much standard on most vehicles since like 1990.
Unreal. Not all of us can have cars from 1990, John.
Well, you do.
I do.
Don't.
I have
Well,
cruise control. I love cruise
Yeah.
control. I use it all the time.
Yeah.
My name's Cruise Control John.
I love it.
It's great. I don't know why you wouldn't want to use it.
I don't, because people think they're Mario Andretti. You're not.
I'm only speaking for myself. I don't mind. It doesn't bother me just using it. Just doesn't bother me. I'll use it sometimes, but if I don't, then it's not a big deal.
Oh, here's a fun one from Pedro. And John, you can help us out with this. I know for Creighton's fan base, UConn and Wichita State were the enemy and are the enemy in the case of UConn. What fan base considers Creighton as the enemy? I mean, UConn does seem to hate Creighton, but more, not in like the true rivalry sense, but more in the, why do we keep losing to these guys every year? Hatred. They get so triggered. Who hates Creighton? Well, obviously Nebraska considers Creighton the enemy.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Because they keep losing to them.
Who, Creighton keeps losing to Nebraska? Yeah, each of the last 2 times they played in Omaha. Good memory, Nick.
Except for baseball.
This is a basketball conversation, Nick.
It doesn't have to be.
That's true. Creighton does own Nebraska in baseball. This is also inarguable. Nebraska owns Creighton in Omaha in hoops.
No,
Creighton,
they don't.
Nope.
They don't? Last 2 times, John.
2 flukes.
2 flukes.
Two flukes.
Over the course of 3 seasons, though, John.
That's still 2 flukes.
Interesting.
Whew.
Aaron says UNC hates Creighton. That's true.
Really?
Yes, because they played in a tournament game, and a North Carolina guy got hurt, and a Creighton guy winked at the camera.
Oh.
People were really mad.
That's a tough look.
They were really mad. Oh, you're getting a message. Somebody's getting a message.
Oh.
Well,
we didn't hear the...
I got the same text.
Now, Matt would know.
Yes.
Matt DeMarinis of White and Blue Review. Nebraska, Wichita State, Southern Illinois, North Carolina, and Alabama.
Alabama was also a tournament thing, right? Around that same time?
Yeah, that's...
You think it's fake news?
Well...
You weren't on the call in those days, though.
I think it's an online thing.
Well,
it's more like
the real world now, John.
It's a gimmick.
True.
I don't think it's actual hate.
Mm.
It's not like widespread because remember, Alabama's a football school, so I'm not going to pretend that they're that passionate about basketball.
Yeah, they hate their head coach in football more than they hate Creighton. That's for sure.
But I'm trying to think of current day Big East because yes, Wichita State, Southern Illinois, those were the biggest Valley rivals, especially towards the end. Man,
you said UConn already, right?
We talked about UConn.
Yep.
Yeah, they hate them.
That might be it.
It's hard to say. I would think I would tend to lean that a Xavier or a Marquette who have their Midwestern ties. They played each other a lot before joining the Big East.
Yeah,
but I don't feel that when I go to Milwaukee.
Go ask Xavier, the Xavier play-by-play guy tonight. Be like, do you guys hate us? Just see what he says. Oh, by the way, we got a text,
and it's a pretty. Yeah, there's just it doesn't feel like there have been good rivalries, no question about it.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's crossed over yet to fans.
I would agree.
Where it's especially and again, it's harder to tell because, we're on the receiving end, but Providence, they treat everybody the same,
Yeah.
St. John's and DePaul haven't had big enough fan bases to notice. Georgetown, same thing.
Yeah.
DePaul trash talk from John.
Yeah.
Jay Scrutod texts in, I never use cruise control because I have this fear it'll get stuck.
See, my biggest...
That's just literally the point is...
But what if it did get stuck? And
it
you
doesn't
never drop below 70 ever again.
Oh, it's like speed.
Okay.
But scarier.
It doesn't.
What if it did?
But
though?
it doesn't.
Okay.
An argument.
Once you apply the brakes start to take hold.
That's true.
Yeah,
true.
it doesn't
Unless
get
they're
stuck.
broke.
True.
I
You don't want broke brakes.
I have never heard of the cruise control getting stuck.
It probably happened at least once.
Probably
right?
because those people aren't around to tell you about it, John.
Sure.
That's true. They're dead.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Survivor bias.
Do you drive around worried that the airbag's going to accidentally deploy?
Well, now I might.
Because that has more of a chance than happening.
Nick
than
has
the
so
cruise
much
control.
anxiety. Stop saying all these things that could happen. Now you got to get him some weed.
Medically.
Medical weed, John. It's from the doctors.
Dr. Weed.
Now, I don't know if we have time to debate this one because this could take a while. You know what? I'm going to hold it for another day.
Can you give us a tease?
Yeah.
It has to do with a word of the year.
Oh, okay.
But I want to give it more time.
Yeah, let's save that one.
Mm-hmm.
We'll end on this one from Declan.
Okay.
If you mention someone having blue hair, do you imagine an older Husker fan or a younger person?
I always imagine a younger person around my age.
See, that's so funny. This is definitely an age question because I think of old people.
Well, that's because
sports.
That's because the blue hair thing has been a phrase that's been used around here for many years.
I grew up in the scene, and a lot of people
do you think
around my age had blue hair.
Of young lefty libs, John? What do you think of?
I'm not thinking of even young lefty
nose
libs.
piercings and
yeah, but I thought we
takes
weren't
on healthcare.
I thought we weren't
I'm
supposed to call out their differences because
their hair color.
It makes them very emo. That's why I don't think of them that way, because even if they are wearing blue hair, I hasten to mention it because then I'm afraid that, oh my God, you're offending me.
Well, I mean, it would be weird to just go up to somebody and say, you have blue hair.
Yeah. Hey, John, I like your red hair.
Yeah, that would be
That's
odd.
a weird
Why
thing
would
to say to
you
somebody.
wouldn't say that, about anyone.
You can just say, hey, I like your hair.
Hey, Grandpa, nice nose hair.
I mean, they literally did when I was younger.
You can just say, I like your hair. You don't have to specify.
Well, that's because I don't.
What's the answer for you? Is it old people?
Well, yeah, because it's been ubiquitously used here.
Yeah.
For years.
I also think this is
about
definitely
the old Husker fans who are constantly yelling, sit down.
See, and I wonder if you did the same question on a talk show that didn't discuss sports ever, if they would think of it with old people. Because is this a common phrase of old people beyond the sports scene anymore? I don't even feel like I hear it.
I don't even know if it's something that's
like James says old farts.
Isn't it something that's unique to Nebraska?
Oh, good question.
Because I don't know. Because I don't hear it mentioned but not that I live in those worlds. But are there Philly fans who are turned off by older folks and call them blue hairs?
Well, if that one Packers fan would have been old, they still would have called her the C word. So,
I mean, I'm guessing there's people in Oklahoma who go to games and there's old folks, but they call them blue hairs. I think of it very specifically as Nebraska fans going after older Nebraska fans.
Nick, just to confirm what you were talking about, because Aaron texted in, Nick, I'm of the emo and punk scene back in the day. It's old people. Never heard somebody in the scene called a blue hair.
No, I'm not saying I've heard people in the scene. I associate the term blue hair with
people in the
scene kids from like 2010
because they had blue hair.
Yes.
Yeah, they weren't called blue hairs.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure that was confirmed.
When I hear
understood
the term,
you
that's
correctly.
the association.
Yeah. Duncan says 20-year-old, young millennial, Gen Z, think of young libs. There you go. I definitely think there's a sports thing to this and a age thing to it. But I'm guessing younger people forever now will just think of blue hairs as people with blue hair. Icon says, yes, blue hair is a generic slang for old people. It's not a Nebraska or
okay.
sports
I didn't know. I again, I've only heard it used generally around here.
Honestly, you know what has now become the ubiquitous form of talking derogatorily about old people is boomer. They just say, you say boomers. Even if you're not an actual boomer.
Yeah.
You know, at some point, it's like,
that's true.
You know, we talk about you when you were a young millennial. It's like me. At a certain point, I'll be old and someone will probably call me a boomer. That'll be a sad day.
I think it'll probably age out by then.
Hopefully.
There'll be a different word.
Multiple people asking why John's camera is fuzzy. No idea. That happens every now and then with that camera. You've broken my camera. There you go. That'll fix it.
Yeah, flick it, John.
Yeah. Oh.
Nice.
That
Did
better?
it work? Yeah, it's getting close. Oh, John's gone.
Bye, John.
You just plug it and plug it back in.
All right. Well, should we go to...
Oh, look at that. Oh, no, it disappeared.
There you are.
Oh,
but now it's your regular computer. Oh, that's the one where you adjust it and it shows your crotch.
Oh, the crotch cam.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Bring it back.
Nice. Hey, it's fixed. Good work.
See, plug it back in. Coming up, Mitch Holt is still to come. I know a lot of you non-Chiefs fans have been looking forward to this.
Oh,
Because this is the week where he gets to bask in the glory.
oh boy.
With a week to go before the Super Bowl.
By the way, real quick, shout out to Aaron, shout out to Keena for giving us why they're called blue hairs. Keena says old women used to use blue rinse on gray hair to counteract yellowing, and it would make them have a slightly blue tone to their hair.
I had no idea.
That's not a thing anymore, so it makes sense that it's going out of fashion. I didn't either. I always wonder why they called them blue hairs.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
See, and I guess whenever I'd hear about it in an old person, I was just like, oh, it's like calling them gray hair. Instead of saying gray, it's blue.
Is blue gray?
Oh, is blue gray?
It's 3940. The question of our day.
All still much to come. All much to come. All still much to come. All the stuff. We got a show.
Lots of stuff
that
still.
we're doing
live
with Mike Schaefer too.
Are you okay?
I don't know. I had no way to get out of that segment.
Yeah. Well, let's just go to break then.
So we will by telling you about how good guys can save lives. Do you know that registered organ and tissue donors can save up to 8 lives through organ donation and help 100 others through tissue donation? And the best part is it's free. Most traditional funeral practices can still be exercised after a successful donation, and you're making such a positive difference. Organs like heart, lung, livers, kidneys, all can be donated to save lives, and tissue donation like bone and skin grafts can help folks who have been in traumatic accidents or cancer patients or burn victims from tragic fires. So just think about registering next time you renew your hunting, driving, or fishing license. Just check that box, that donor box, or find out more by visiting goodguysavelives.com. And don't worry about age or anything else. You're not too old to be a donor as well. In fact, there was an Army veteran from World War II who was a successful donor in recent years. So it's all possible. Doesn't matter your age, and it doesn't matter your health situation. Everyone can donate. So be a good guy today. Visit goodguysavelives.com. Well, sorry, I was busy during the last segment, so I didn't really know.
Segment?
where I was
Busy.
We were on the air together.
Yeah,
No,
we
no,
were
no. The
doing
last
a
commercial
thing.
segment.
Oh,
He was busy.
I wasn't paying attention.
So instead of preparing to talk with your two dear friends, you were just playing video
No,
games.
I'm pretty
on your
sure the
computer?
quote, "You two can both die," was uttered at one point during the last break.
Wasn't busy enough to say that.
No lie detected here.
John's never too busy to be a jerk.
No lie detected
Well, then
here.
in that case, you know what it's time to do? It's time to give Nick Sirianni his flowers, the head coach of your NFC champion Philadelphia Eagles.
Bye, Josh.
But in all seriousness, did you know?
Yes, he's good. Yes, does that make you happy?
He was supposed to get fired, wasn't he?
I'm about to throw this remote
In
at your
four-
I'm
head.
not Shane. You
In
can't
his
do that to
4
me.
years, his win percentage trails only Guy Chamberlain. You know, that's the good thing about these recent win streaks is Guy Chamberlain's name keeps coming up.
Is it?
Hate the
Former
name
Husker Guy
for a
Chamberlain,
person.
who was the coach of one of the teams that doesn't
You
exist
wish his name
anymore.
was Buddy Chamberlain instead, Nick?
Actually, yeah, that would be better.
Pal Chamberlain?
John Madden, Vince Lombardi, and George Allen,
Yeah, cool.
the only coaches that have a better win percentage.
Yeah.
It is odd. And how much of this is because he's in Philadelphia? If he was coaching any other
Cowboys.
team,
Oh, he'd
if
be
he was
the
coaching
GOAT.
any other team with this record,
Yeah,
2 NFC titles, 706 win percentage.
he'd be respected more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I know that I have a bias here. I admit that up front.
Right.
I admit that. So I'm going to try to talk about this as unbiased as possible. And so people can take it as they want. I view their success more of a celebration of their GM, Howie Roseman. I think that guy
The celebration!
is an amazing constructor of a roster.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I also think Icon hits on something. It's because he's a jabroni. Yes, pushing him off to the side, in all seriousness, though, I think that they have built a very sustainable group of players. Like, John, they won a Super Bowl with a coach, and then they fired that guy a few years later, and nobody thought that that was a bad decision by them. And now they are back in the Super Bowl again. Now, there is something that he obviously does well in terms of relating with players and understanding, like, I don't know, when to do things, when to be aggressive, when to not. But I do wonder, to go, like the Moneyball approach of the manager doesn't really matter. It's about the numbers. I always wonder how much of the edict is from on high, right? Like Howie Roseman last year was like, we're getting new coordinators, and they have new coordinators, and now they're in this point. So I'm not giving even credit to the coordinators. I think Howie Roseman has done a wonderful job at building this organization.
Well, but let me throw you something that I think Sirianni should be the one that gets the credit for.
Okay.
2 things the Eagles do well.
Run the
They
ball.
get takeaways and don't have a lot of giveaways.
Yeah.
And they don't commit a lot of penalties.
Yeah, no, you can definitely put that on coaching.
I mean, that to me spells coaching.
Definitely.
Because when you consider, and I know 3 years ago, whatever it was, Jalen Hurts was an MVP candidate. But in the last 4 years, would anyone say that the Eagles have a top 5 quarterback in the NFL? Of course not.
And this is a worse.
But he's been the same. He's been the same quarterback.
This is a worse version of the one 2 years ago too.
So I agree. I think the roster building and I think, the management of that has been tremendous. So absolutely give flowers to the GM. But I would say this, the reason why this Eagles team is winning is because they're not killing themselves. What did Washington do? They committed a lot of penalties and they had 4 turnovers.
4 turnovers.
Something they had not done down the stretch.
How many turnovers did the Rams have in that game? And how many did the
Only
Eagles
one.
have?
They only had 1, but the Eagles had none.
But the Eagles had 0. The Eagles have 0 turnovers for 2 games.
And they didn't have many penalties.
Yeah.
Rams
3
had more
games.
penalties in that game.
Right.
And the Rams have been a very disciplined team in terms of penalties.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's where I agree. I think, and I wonder, this sounds superfluous, but remember 2 years ago at the Super Bowl during the national anthem
Mm-hmm.
and how the tears were running down. I wonder how much of that image changed people's opinions of him because they thought, what is this guy doing? He should be focused on the game. Now, had Philly won that game,
It'd have been
we'd be
celebrated.
thinking about it a different way. But I do wonder how some people's opinions were shaped by how emotional he got in that moment.
Yeah, well,
Which, fair or unfair? I'm just bringing this up because I remember how people reacted when that took place.
Yes.
I thought it was cool, but others thought...
I thought it was fake.
You
I thought it was fake. But again, I hate the guy. Like, I'm not going to be able to be rational in this discussion.
Sure.
You ask me why I dislike the guy, it makes sense. Well, you ask other people why they dislike the guy. I mean, Icon says it's because he's a jabroni. I think of what happened after the Chiefs game last year on Monday night, when he was walking in the tunnel and he's screaming at the fans and losing his mind. And a lot of people don't like that stuff with their head coaches. They want head coaches to be stoic and all of these things.
But remember what city he's in.
Exactly. He fits
and
in
that's
perfectly
why I say,
in that town.
That's why I say, if it's the same guy with the same record in any other market,
he would be much more celebrated. Because he
probably even in New York.
It's a ridiculous winning percentage. I mean, it is. If he gets a Super Bowl, it might be like the best start to a career as a head coach that anyone has ever had. And yet it would
only rival Lombardi because they would have championships.
Yeah, and I mean, again, they were debating firing him last year at this time. There was talk about bringing in Belichick. So that's the funny part about the Sirianni discussion is I understand why I dislike the guy. But there's a part of me that, again, still doesn't think he's all of that in a bag of chips, because if he was, they wouldn't have debated firing him last year. I know that they melted down at the end of the year, but he still had one of the best 3-season, starts to a career.
But I think that, too, is a product of his environment.
Definitely.
Because if he'd been coaching in New Orleans, if he'd been coaching in Chicago, if he'd been coaching in Seattle, they would not be having these conversations.
That is a great point.
Ben, I'm not sure if Ben's an Eagles fan. I'm going to guess he is, only because his subject line is Josh is a hater. And he writes, find a single good coach with a bad GM.
Single good coach with a bad GM?
That is a good question.
Yeah, I mean,
we can think about that during the break.
All right, perfect.
While we
I know the answer is not the Chiefs.
No, it's not.
But again,
they seem to have a good coach and a good GM.
I would just turn this question around on Ben and say, this time a year ago, did you really think, did you want him fired? Because I'm guessing the answer might have been yes. And if it's not,
I don't know.
I can't say that it was definitive, but I know a lot of Eagles fans didn't like the guy a year ago. I'd rather, give me Howie Roseman or give me Sirianni, I'll take Howie Roseman every freaking day. I would love a Howie Roseman. Instead, I have Jerry and his fireworks or whatever it was.
Who's going to live forever.
No, he's not.
Smiles.
Ever and ever.
And glory.
By the way,
Smiles.
Matt DeMarinis with another fine answer. Phil Jackson in Chicago. That was a good coach with a bad GM.
Boom, there you go, emailer.
But he also had the greatest player of all time. So
he
that
did
helped.
have the GOAT.
And speaking of great, to get and retain greatness in college, it's going to require name, image, likeness. And you can contribute to NIL as well through On the Line. This is the new way that folks are getting involved with their favorite schools. And with On the Line, who is an Omaha-based company, they partnered with Nebraska, with Creighton, and with Omaha to direct NIL funds straight to those schools. And here's how it works. You go to athleticsontheline.com. You set the dollar amount. You can set it wherever you want. Keep it affordable, obviously. But then you attach it to a measurable metric. So maybe I'm going to donate $5 for every Creighton win. That's $5 that goes to Creighton's NIL. Or it could be 3-point shots. It could be whatever metric you choose. In many ways, it's when your team rewards you, you reward your team. So find out more. Visit athleticsontheline.com. Easy to navigate website. You can find out more and pick your favorite school. Huskers, Mavericks, Blue Jays, anyone. athleticsontheline.com.
You ready?
The most exciting announcer in professional football.
Picked off at the goal line. 20, 15, 10, 5. Jalen Watson. Welcome to the
Nobody can paint a picture with words quite like he can.
They might just be gargling in the nectar by that game. I think the rectal buzz that you get from the seat, maybe,
The man.
touchdown! Kansas City!
The myth.
You can doubt the Chiefs. You can dislike the Chiefs. You can disrespect the Chiefs. You're going to have to deal with the Chiefs.
The legend of the Hy-Vee salad bar.
You want to chuckle? Just right now in the parking lot of the St. Joe Hy-Vee.
Mitch Holtis.
A 3-yard touchdown pass in overtime. Kansas City wins the game. 25-22.
We're one game away from Nick having to create yet another new open.
Wow. Oh, my gosh.
With another call.
Uh-huh.
We welcome in. Brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Mitch Holtis, the voice of the Chiefs. Mitch, I am still amazed to this day that either A, you haven't broken the glass in front of you after pounding on it, or that the glass doesn't get fogged up this time of year with all the hot air coming from the booth and all the cold air outside. I mean, how the technology there at Arrowhead Stadium press box must be amazing.
Well, first of all, it's a faux pas by the engineers of you can't open the windows so we don't get any nat sound. I remember, ironically, it was Merrill Reese, the first year of that press box, which was 2010, and we played the Eagles in the preseason. And he was incensed that the sound was just weird, reverberating, like it's the Eagles have the ball, Eagles have the ball. And he's like, Mitchell, I shall file a protest with the National Football League. I said, go for it, Merrill, baby. I'm signing that with you. I didn't get to design this, but it's kind of nice to pound on. And you can't see from behind. If you saw if there was a GoPro camera from behind, you would see that it is fogged up.
Oh, is it?
Guessing what happens on the. Oh yeah, I'm just guessing what happens on the field, but I've guessed right most of the time.
Yeah, you did.
Wow, I was thinking, I know they got that plan for Samaje Perine. I wonder if they're going to run it right here. Oh, they did. Wow. Okay, I'll take it.
Yes, Mitch professed his love for Samaje Perine there on that play. That was something. But, that's the thing, Mitch, about the Chiefs is, whether you love them or hate them, the thing I respect about them is they have mastered the art of winning. And you don't have to win like the old 49er teams used to do, or like the Bears did in 85. You just, I love that we're going to go and win this game twice on that last drive. They threw the ball and it worked both times. Instead of just running it 3 times into the line and making Buffalo use their timeouts, it was, we're going to go and win this game.
Well, think about the Patriots. If we're going to make them a parallel here, they get an interception at the goal line to beat Seattle on the bad decision. Don't give it to Marshawn game.
Mm-hmm.
They beat the Rams. Sorry to bring that up. That's 13-3. That wasn't 41-0. We think that they won every game like 51-7. They won so many games the way the Chiefs have won games this year. I wish I had it in front of me, but I went back and looked at it and go, man, they won a lot of close games. But the same thing. We could go back. We got a lot of Cornhusker heads listening. Go back to the glory days in Nebraska. There was way more close games won by that crew than people realize. But they, again, just like you said it better than I could. The ability to win a game and have the knack to win.
But what is it? 17 one-score games in a row now?
Yeah.
I mean, that's ludicrous.
Yeah, 12 this year.
That's crazy. I mean, the odds it's like we call them coin flip games all the time. That's like the odds of the coming up heads 17 times in a row.
Yeah, and Mitch, I was going to ask you, the belief that this team and franchise, everybody involved, have to have in these games has to just grow more confident by the week, just given that they continue to find a way to win them.
Well, and I've seen it do them different ways. That's the other impressive thing. This isn't just Mahomes throwing a pass on the last play of the game. We've seen Butker walk-off field goals. We've seen 3 guys have walk-off field goals. We've seen block field goals. We've seen interceptions to stuff a drive. We've seen the 4th down play inside the 10-yard line in Atlanta in week 2. But even in this 7-year span where they have more playoff wins, the Kansas City Chiefs, love them or hate them, have more playoff wins than any team in NFL history in this 7-year span since Mahomes became the starting quarterback. They have done it different ways. And so, yes, Mahomes is incredible in these situations where he's Tiger Woods wearing the red shirt on Sunday and he birdies 18 to win the Masters back-to-back. Well, now he's looking for 3 straight Masters, but it's also the other parts of this team that come together. And we saw it the other day. I mean, all this talk about the Bills getting screwed on the calls, the Bills have the ball with 3:35 to go. They have the ball. And a touchdown, a field goal ties it, and a touchdown wins it. And the defense gets the stop on them on not just 4th down, but making it hard for them to even get to the point where they got. So, yeah, I mean, that's the kind of what's lost, I think, in this discussion is it's not just Mahomes, it's defense, and it's been special teams. And they have become a comprehensive team in the way they win all these close games.
Mitch, I wanted to ask you about that 4th down play, and mainly I wanted to get your thought on going into the play. What are you expecting to happen in terms of what Spags called, and did it surprise you then when he brought the heat like he did?
Well, he brought a different heat. Like, it's not all the same. And they saw a tendency of Josh Allen. The impressive thing is Spags saved it. This is Coach McDermott waiting for your McDermott, waiting for the right play, and he waits all game to use it.
Mm-hmm.
And this was Spags, who knew that you've got to get Josh Allen to move his left just a shade. So you have to bracket him from his right shoulder. Same thing the Chiefs did to him last year in the AFC or in the divisional playoff game. They made him remember he had a guy wide open in the end zone, and they made him move to his left about a half step, and that threw his accuracy off. So that particular blitz, I've seen it before, hadn't seen it in a while. This is why when I do training camp reports with you guys, I tell you the Chiefs, they attack those training camps. They'll put in stuff that you don't see for months. I mean, I've seen it before, but I don't remember this year when we've ran it. It's like the play that they ran with Mahomes on the double lead on the touchdown run. They haven't run that at all year. So it was not only the blitz, but it was the way and the tendency that Josh Allen had shown them. But to me, it's impressive that Spags hung on to that till the exact right time.
You've done the Tampa thing, the Miami thing, the Arizona thing, the Vegas thing, but you finally get to do a New Orleans Super Bowl. Now, forget about what's at stake and the history and everything else. From a I can't wait to do a Super Bowl here standpoint, is this the one that has you most excited? Because I've heard great things about how New Orleans hosts a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, I've been down there a lot. It's hard for me to look past the history thing. That's where my brain's at.
Sure.
Just because this is a 72 Dolphins thing, in my opinion. I don't think this will ever happen again. I don't. It's just going to be way too hard. This has been way too hard. But now if we have to play an 18th game against an NFC division champion, and we have to go overseas, and we're going to play Tuesday morning on Hulu, it's like I just don't see it happening. So it's hard for me to kind of just buzzkill that one. But what excites me most about going there is another piece of history, and this is where the Chiefs won Super Bowl IV.
Sure.
And what's really cool about this, that was in Tulane Stadium, which is no longer there. But our practice facility is at Tulane, and I'm pretty sure the field, or really close to the field, where the Chiefs beat the Vikings in Super Bowl IV, will be our practice field there. And to me, we had Jan Stenerud on our Chiefs Kingdom show the other night, and he made obviously 3 awesome field goals in that game. But to me, that's what makes this thing kind of Ted Lasso-ish, is that we're going back to that spot to try to make all-time NFL history.
Mitch, one more for me, and because obviously we'll break down the matchup more next week, but I just wonder, where does the bye, where does this off week help the most for this team right now?
The fact that you get all of your – now, Philadelphia's done this. They just did this 2 years ago, so it's not a huge advantage, but it's really not – it's their experience to be in this game, to answer your question. This week, and I did a minute with Mitch on it this week on KMTV Channel 7. KETV Channel 7. When you look at this week, is about logistics. It's about planning. You can't win the game this week, but you can lose the game this week. Meaning the game plan gets put in. You've got to get who's getting tickets, how you going to pay for them, who's staying where, who's coming from your family. Hey, this is going to cost you a gob of money. Here's how you're going to do it. Who's in and who's out. I've lost friends over this game. The people that thought, hey, we're going. I said, no, you're not. You're not going to make the cut. We don't have enough. And I've only got so much money. Like, I can't pay for all of it. So that all happens this week. If you don't have your game plan in and you're ready to hit the ground running when you land in New Orleans, it can take you down the Mississippi River and you're gator bait, because we have seen players get wilted by this game. We've seen teams and coaches get absolutely taken down the drain. Andy Reid is spectacular in preparing for the Super Bowl. Why? Much like he attacks OTAs and training camp, he attacks this week. And if you don't attack this week, you can pay the price next week.
Well, we look forward to next week, Mitch. We'll break down the game. Enjoy this week off, but I know you got a lot to do, so we appreciate the time. Thank you much.
You got it, guys. It's not a week off. It's just crazy. I used to think, why do they have 2 weeks for the Super Bowl? That's overkill. You know what? They could use 3 weeks. There's just so much to do. Oh, my gosh.
Spoken like a true veteran. Mitch Holt is brought to you by Hy-Vee.
You get down there, and then you've got, like, Bolivian TV crews going, so it's a voice of this crazy guy in her slaps the window. Talk to us. You know, Mahomes, refs. I'm like, what? I'm talking to a Bolivian TV crew. What? So anyway, it's nuts.
Thank you, Mitch.
Thank you, Mitch. Mitch Holt is voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee, and we will have more. Mike Schaefer will join us in just a moment on 1620 The Zone.
Well, this is awkward. So, Creighton game tonight. You know, we'll talk about how our show is live, and it's not always live. We have Mike Schaefer coming up that we had a chance to talk to him earlier. John and I have a very spirited discussion about all sorts of stuff. But we did want to hop in just for a moment to mention that Nebraska just announced that John Cook is retiring. They sent out a statement just a few minutes ago. And so right before we go to Mike Schaefer, I will read this. This is from Nebraska. Four-time national champion Nebraska volleyball head coach John Cook, who's won more matches than any Division I volleyball coach this century, announced his retirement on Wednesday. I've been here for 25 years. That's a long time to do something. It's been a great run. I want to thank my family for their support, and I want to thank Bill Byrne and Tony Pettit for giving me the opportunity to be the Nebraska volleyball coach. I've had the opportunity to work with some great coaches and staff over the years, and I'm forever grateful for how hard they worked and for how much they gave to Nebraska volleyball. For me personally, the greatest accomplishment in coaching is seeing former players go into coaching or other careers and taking the lessons they've learned from being a Nebraska volleyball player and applying it to their everyday lives. There's no greater reward in coaching than that. Lastly, most importantly, I want to thank the fans for always supporting Nebraska volleyball. I've always said to dream big, and we've dreamed bigger than any volleyball program in the history of the world. Obviously, there will be so much more to come on this tomorrow, starting with Gary and Matt in the morning. We will talk about it on our show. Connor Happer, of course, with Odson on the Connor Happer show. Again, very awkward timing of this being on of this day of all days as we get ready for Creighton basketball. So we will go to the Mike Schaefer interview, and we will pick up this topic tomorrow. We will talk to you then.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. And it's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
Welcome back to the Grum, and we have begun the happy hour, and we changed things up a little bit this week to accommodate our next guest. And, you know, when I think of happy people, I think of Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7, who is smiling and enjoying his day and this wonderful Wednesday. Schaefer, thanks for coming on.
You know, it is nice. Like the weather is nice. The day itself is relatively nice. We're almost done with the transfer portal. We are close to being done with the 2025 class, even though there's no activity for Nebraska right now. There's a Matt Rule media availability, so all of our questions that we've been dying to ask will be answered, and we'll have all of the answers as we go into February, a dead period. And then, we don't know when the spring game is. I guess that's my next biggest question for personal reasons. I amazingly just want to know that Josh is going to be around for the spring game. I feel like Josh needs to be involved in the spring game.
I've gotten so lucky, Shape, the last few years because I have been out of town for marathons or weddings, and I've not had to cover it. I've not had to watch it because then I'm also gone the following, at least the Monday, if not the entire week. Now, this year, of course, I'll be in Boston, but that's Easter weekend. Will they really play the spring game on Easter weekend? Have they? Okay, well,
I feel like they've done it
they do it again.
I feel like they've definitely done that before, but I don't know. I'm not sure when it's going to be. There's a good chance that they do what they did last year, which is the last weekend in April, which they had never done before. I would assume that has a lot to do with television and all of the 18 teams in the conference and trying to get all of that in. You got to get to watching Lovie Smith and the bowling that Illinois, used to do instead of having their actual spring game. That was their big team outing for their last practice as they went bowling.
Very cool.
Which showed you just how serious everyone that was there about spring football at Illinois.
Well, hey, it was the motivational tactic that got them over the hump. Maybe Scott Frost should have tried that. Maybe instead of having 70,000 people in the stadium supporting their team, creating a great environment for recruiting and watching a scrimmage, Nebraska could have just went to Sun Valley Lanes, packed the whole damn thing in, and saw who the best bowler was on the team.
Shape, I don't know how much you're engaging at all with early 2025 prognostication for college football. I'm guessing 0.0. But have you seen that Illinois?
How did you know?
Yeah, they're like the team on the uprise for a lot of these early polls. I saw them as high as number 7 in one way too early preseason ranking.
This is why these ratings are so ridiculous.
People are Illinois pilled right now in January.
It's like you're trying to catch the next Indiana in
100%.
advance, I think. It's weird because that comparison doesn't even work because Bielema's been there a while. I do think Illinois is playing good football or played good football last year. I was shocked at the amount of people who felt like that was a bad loss for Nebraska in terms of the opponent that they played. It might have been a bad loss in that they didn't finish a game that they had the opportunity to win. But to me, that Illinois team was every bit as good as what Nebraska was last year. And so that was kind of evenly matched teams. And Illinois made more plays and played better down the stretch. Their defense was not very good last year. And they managed to overcome that with some pretty strong offensive play. So they're a very curious team for 2025. I think 7 is way too high. Could they be a fringe top 25 team? Absolutely. In the old system, would we be talking about Illinois as a team to watch in the Big Ten West? Absolutely. But I don't think that they're going to be a college football playoff team. But I do think that Brett Bielema clearly knows how to coach football. This is, again, why I think the Big Ten Conference is full of the best coaches in America. Like, that is a mid-level to high mid-level Illinois team, and you're going to have a well-coached team when you play them. They're going to be awesome on special teams. They're going to make plays. They're going to believe in what they're doing. They'll have their identity carved out. That's who they are. Brett Bielema has done a really nice job for a program that, quite frankly, was sort of a joke with its run of coaches that it had in that stretch. And I don't want to use Illinois as a barometer that Nebraska needs to get to, but notice what I'm talking about. They know who they are. They're well coached. They make plays. They have a belief in what they're doing. That's where we need to see Nebraska football get in year 3 under Matt Rule. So in effect, they are kind of chasing what Bielema has done at Illinois.
Maybe this explains then why Bielema is so aggressive on Twitter today, going after Jim Harbaugh. He's feeling his wild oats right now. He's feeling good about everything.
I have missed this entirely.
Oh, he's been quote tweeting old Jim Harbaugh videos of him talking about cheaters never prosper. You should always tell the truth, and he's basically taunting Jim Harbaugh, and so. This all in conjunction with what we had talked about earlier here on the show, that the investigation into Michigan's ramping up again. So, yeah, he's just feeling good about himself right now.
Yeah, I missed your conversation, but I assume Josh is just continuing to bury his head in the sand and pretend.
Oh, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Michigan
wasn't a big deal and it meant nothing. Yeah, you didn't.
You were the one who said that it was going to result in games being taken away or all. They won the national championship. Nobody cares. Sorry, nobody cares.
I mean, it still could be vacated. They still could USC them. It won't matter in terms of the overall result. But the idea that this wasn't a thing has blown up so proportionally from the time of which that came out in October of 22 now? Or 23?
Yeah, 23.
October 23.
23, yeah.
And then the fact that Michigan is fighting this while we have documentaries that are out and the primary principal people who are involved in it have admitted wrong. Like, this is vintage Michigan. Just so far up their own behind.
You mentioned about the spring game earlier. I meant to get to this because the conversations are starting to be had about whether or not we're going to actually have spring games anymore. Are you looking at this year maybe as being like the last of the spring game as we know it because of the 105, because of NIL, and just de-emphasizing certain aspects of football that we used to take for granted?
Are my prayers being answered? Is that what you're asking here?
See, Josh, I'm not the only one.
You're not.
Oh, I think I'm well known throughout whoever, if you've listened to anything I've ever talked about around spring football, people know that I do not care for the coverage of it or the hoopla made of it. It's obviously for the fans, but I think there's different ways. If the scrimmage, if the yearly event of the spring game, the red-white game, goes away, I don't know that we need to wring our hands and talk about the loss of tradition and all of that. No. I think there's a lot of cool opportunities that Nebraska can present. We already saw last year they had the 1890 open scrimmage in fall camp that allowed people to come in for that. I think there's ways that you can connect them to a football team that can replace what the spring game was. And I do know that there are people that the spring game is their opportunity to get to Memorial Stadium, to sit in there and to watch a game, because they don't get to do it on Saturdays in the fall because it's either cost prohibitive or they're coming from a great distance or what have you. But I just think that there's opportunities and there's ways that you can move beyond the spring game. I still think there's going to be practices or mini camps, if you will, or OTAs, whatever dumb term we want to use for it. I think there's ways that the football team can work and continue to get better, and the media coverage is still going to be there, and we're not going to lose that, and all of these different things. The one aspect of it that could change is that you're not going to have the yearly scrimmage that you saw in April for years and years and years, because the roster may not allow for it. Nebraska may not have enough people at certain positions that you can split up into two teams. You may have to get creative in what you do. Maybe you have, honestly, maybe you do similar to what they did last year, where they split into those three teams and they had their games and they did their 7-on-7 stuff. And maybe you're seeing the Rattlesnake Boys take on the Bug Eaters or the Old Gold Knights or whatever it is. But I think there's just different things that they can do. I think we have to be open to the idea that in 2025, it is not necessary on a Saturday in April to pretend like there's a game in Lincoln, because it hasn't been that way in a while. It has led to some unbelievable moments. Absolutely has. But I think the sport is changing, and I think the idea and the schedule has to change with it.
Obviously,
real quick, Shake, real quick. I wanted to follow up on that, because just the notion of spring football and adjusting to the 105. Do you think that Matt Rule will have to re-examine how he addresses spring football in general with the 105, or will it kind of be business as normal?
I think that they have to readjust entirely with it, because right now you're going to have a Hunger Games version of the 105 where you're trying to get down to the 105, where you're trying to figure out who isn't going to be here, and you have to kind of figure that out. The blessing that Nebraska has is they have a guy who has coached in the NFL. He is used to not having his players for 15 practices in the spring to be able to go over stuff like this. So in theory, he can be creative or would have concepts or ideas as to how to get better in the spring without the necessary route of a spring football game. I just think we as media and as fans have built the game and what its value up into being this unbelievable thing, when for most of the people over there, whether it be the players or the coaches, it is the 15th allowable practice. It just happens to be in front of the public. Things that happen in that game do not dictate how the play will happen in the subsequent season. We have seen our share of spring heroes, be them walk-ons or, highly
Jamal Turner
that had their big moment in the spring, but then never had it again. I'll never forget the first spring game I covered, working at the Daily Nebraskan. One of the other guys really wanted to write a column about how it was LaTravis Washington's time to take over the football program because he had a nice moment in the spring game at quarterback. Those who know Nebraska football history, LaTravis Washington, I don't believe ever took a snap at quarterback. So the point being, what comes out of that practice, because that's what it is. It's a practice. Mm-hmm. We've made so much about it, and it is a recruiting event, and they've done that. But they've also proven that they can recruit without having to have that as the basis of everything, too. I just think there's so many different ways that this can go that we have to be willing to be fluid. We can't just entrench ourselves in the mindset that you have to have a spring game, all of these different things. I'm really fascinated to see where it goes. Obviously, this benefits my point of view, which is I don't want to cover a spring game ever again. But I think there's going to be stuff that can take place in there. I think there's different things that you can do. I think you can be unique with it. And I think Nebraska has a coach that is willing to be unique and to do different stuff, not just to be out there for the sake of being out there, but because that's sort of their mindset. You got to be able to adapt. And I think that's one of the things that we have struggled the most with in Nebraska football. It hasn't been particularly adaptable over the last 25 years when it has struggled. And it might be time to embrace that now.
Shafe, you are the ideas man. I wonder if you have any thoughts on what it could look like moving forward, whether it's
if the game is going away, it's obviously a cash cow, and it's also a recruiting weekend. So that they're going to try to figure out how do we make up potential lost revenue. What does that look like? And is it even in the spring? Is it more of a summer series? Is it more of a training camp August type situation? Any ideas there on what it could even look like moving forward?
I mean, off the cuff, you can do different stuff. Like, what if Nebraska split into various 7-on-7 teams and had like a 7-on-7 tournament that was open to the public, and you pay $10 and you bring a can of food and you can make it a donation thing too. Like, there's just different ways that this can go about and be done. You can still have the big practice, and maybe it's in the fall. Maybe you have if you just tie it to 1890, and instead of this happening on April 19th or whatever it is, instead it's now happening on August 10th. I don't know if that's a Saturday. Let's pretend August 10th is a Saturday.
Sure.
And it's a big driver for your 1890, and it's an opportunity to get in the stadium and watch the team that's more closely resembling to what's going to be on the field in Arrowhead. So I just think there's different ways that you can do it. You have to be willing to be fluid, because if you just entrench yourself, we got to have the spring game. It's got to be exactly what it's been for the last 40 years. One, I just don't think it's going to be an enjoyable product for people to sit through, which isn't the biggest thing to those involved in the organization. But two, I don't know how you're going to be able to do it if you only have a handful of running backs that are available, if you don't even have enough tackles to fill out your offensive line, if you have guys that aren't going to be able to participate because they're hurt. I don't know that it's going to rise to the level that it's been, which to me means it's time to try to seek out something else. Part of this is what happens with the college football calendar, what happens with where they decide to stick transfer windows and all of these different things. My brain is still on fire from that Scott Docterman article that we talked about a few weeks back. I mean, I like the idea of moving a lot of your prep closer towards May and June, when you might have the full completion of your roster, rather than in March and April when you're still very much in figure it out mode. And so I am very interested to see how that can work. But there are enough smart people who work over at the University of Nebraska in marketing and in their athletic department that they can come up with ways to make money off of Nebraska football if the spring game doesn't exist as we know it.
Meanwhile, you mentioned it in the outset, finishing up things on the recruiting side, finishing up things on the transfer side. Rocco Spindler, the Notre Dame offensive lineman, who apparently Nebraska's got their claws in him, trying to pull him over. I know they missed out on some earlier prospects on the offensive line, but could this be a great finish to this transfer class if Nebraska can actually land him?
I have to admit that when Rocco Spindler came on the radar, I saw that he was an interior offensive lineman. In my head, for some reason, I thought I had read that he had made a handful of starts. I didn't realize he had as much experience as he does. And so this would be a much bigger get than what I had initially thought. So anyone that had heard me comment on this before, I have done a better job of looking through who Rocco Spindler is. It would be a really sizable addition. I mean, you would be adding a true veteran interior offensive lineman, a guy that could step in at either left guard or at right guard. If you get him, does that move Justin Evans to center? Do you then have Justin Evans at center, and then you have Spindler at left guard or right guard, and then Henry Lutovsky or somebody else at that spot? I think the strength of Nebraska's offensive line is more in their interior in terms of what they're developing. So does that block anybody? Those are the sort of thoughts that I have. But he would certainly be a nice veteran addition in a room that could probably use veteran voice without Bryce Benhart in his near 60 starts, without Ben Scott in the last couple of years that he's provided you. So it's a really interesting deal. And then the other thing that it might do is it might result in kicking Turner Corcoran back out to tackle because you may not need him as an interior offensive lineman. So then he becomes a tackle for you once again, and we see how that works out. But it would be a really intriguing addition that initially I poo-pooed because I'm an idiot. And then the further I looked into it, I realized this could be pretty helpful. And Nebraska, to their credit, has looked at offensive linemen that were interior offensive. It hasn't just been a hunt for tackles.
Mm-hmm.
They're looking for help up front. And so they are certainly not looking at this like, oh, Rocco Spindler, he's not a tackle. We'll take him, but whatever. No, I think they see someone that can really help their offensive line. Otherwise, I don't think they'd be this deep in the process.
Shay, speaking of poo-poo, are you poo-pooing Nebraska basketball's chances of pulling up out of this tailspin that they find themselves in right now?
I mean, I think they can get out of the tailspin, but I don't think they're going to have the season that maybe was expected after January 4th when they beat UCLA at home. And then certainly was expected when they were up 17 points in Iowa City and looked to be, ready to finish off the Hawkeyes in their own building in front of 14 fans. But they weren't able to finish that game. They've lost 6 straight now at this point. They have a really tough matchup with Illinois coming up and then Oregon, and then things start to lighten up. But the biggest thing right now is they have to figure out how to pull out of this so they can get into the Big Ten tournament. They're at the risk of becoming Nebraska baseball, where a bad conference slate means you don't even get into your conference tournament, and your season just ends unceremoniously with a final game in March, and then you're just done. That would be a disaster, I think, for Fred Hoiberg, who has at least a couple guys in Jawan Gary and Bryce Williams who came back with the idea of helping to make this a stable basketball program. That has fallen apart here. I don't think it's over, though. I do think that they can kind of pull out of this. I don't think they're getting to the NCAA tournament, but can they get themselves to the Big Ten tournament and potentially to an NIT? I think that's sort of the goal here. And I understand coming off of last year's highs, that's not exciting. People aren't going to be thrilled by that, but they have to be able to salvage what's left of this season. I think that has to be the goal for Nebraska basketball. And I think they need to play with a little more pride than we've seen here as of late. And I don't know how that happens, but we'll see.
Shay, if you're forgetting about the basketball crown, the new event that Fox is doing, with the Big Ten and the Big East, Nebraska could play in the first ever crown.
You forgot about the crown, Shafe.
The crown. The only reason I remembered this was because I was watching the Marquette game last night, and they had an advertisement for it. That's the only reason I remembered that it existed.
Did the parent company of Fox buy fledgling Burger King, and then they're merging this together as some sort of, to try to help Burger King pull out of its own tailspin too?
I guess. I guess the trophy could be a giant BK melt. I'm not sure.
What if you played in an arena that was fashioned to look like a Burger King restaurant? That could be kind of cool.
Now, are we talking old school Burger King with the peaked roof and the home of the Whopper on the outside? Okay, yeah, I'm
King's Court. I like it. There's a lot going on here, Fox. But no, I don't know anything about the crown. If Nebraska can play for the crown, that sounds wonderful. I would just like to see them be able to play in the Big Ten tournament. I used to joke that Nebraska night was the Wednesday of the Big Ten tournament, the opening. That was like my joke. I can't make that joke if they can't even make the tournament. What are you supposed to do then? I wasn't prepared for this to even be a possibility. So my material would be out the door and I'd have to find something new.
As you talk through that and you mention, all the things that you just did, as you think back to where you were a month ago, or let's say at halftime of the Iowa game, would this season, if they can't pull up the nose, would it be one of the greater disappointments of your basketball fandom?
It is alarming in how Nebraska's second season after what feels like the breakthrough first season always feels the same. Whether it's 2014-15, whether it's 18-19, or now 24-25, for whatever reason, after that initial hell yeah, Nebraska's a basketball school, it's like this reality check that you're never prepared for. It's like you're standing on the side of the road and the car drives by and you don't even realize there's water on the street and they just splash the hell out of you. That's what the second season of Nebraska basketball after the first season of success feels like every single time. And quite frankly, it sucks.
Great comparison. I hate that when that happens. There are a few things that are less enjoyable than water splashing on you when you didn't realize it was there.
Yeah, agreed.
Not great.
I'll tell you what's less enjoyable, watching Nebraska's offense go through one of their funks. I think I'd rather get splashed by a car than watching them not splash in a basketball arena.
Are you jazzed for this Super Bowl? Josh and I were having this conversation earlier this week. He obviously is not, because he's emo boy, and the Eagles are in it. So it doesn't matter if it doesn't matter if it was the Eagles and whoever, he'd not be jazzed. But are you excited about this Super Bowl?
No, I mean, the rematch aspect of it does not intrigue me. Neither team, like the best part about the Chiefs is when they play the Bills or the Ravens and we get to see them go into this version of themselves that they hadn't been all year. And then they're, amazing. And instead they're going to play another team that equally makes games just awful at times to watch with the Eagles. I'm not excited about it, but I'm still going to watch it because it's still football. I'm still intrigued enough to see who's going to be able to come out as champion. There's still a ton of, historical legacy stuff at stake here. There's still the idea that Nick Sirianni is a coach that everyone in America thinks should be fired and could still end up winning a Super Bowl. So there's a lot into all of this. It feels a little bit of a bummer that this is how we're ending what has been, I think, a very fun NFL season. But I also go back to this. I mean, I got everything I wanted out of Bills Chiefs, except the result that I would have preferred. But I still got to see an amazing football game. So even if the Super Bowl sucks, the playoffs delivered in a way that was fantastic. We got to see the Vikings do absolutely nothing. So that excites some people and makes me sad, which also excites some people. The Lions lost, so we don't have to pander to the city of Detroit.
Sad.
And then we got Bills Chiefs, which was an unbelievable classic. Like I keep going back to, like, so rarely in sports do you ever get great team, great game in the exact way that you draw it up. And we got it. And I don't know that the Super Bowl will be able to live up to that. But when these teams played a few years ago, it did end up being an entertaining game. So that's the best that I can hope for. I personally, Josh is not going to like this. I personally don't really care who wins.
Yikes.
But I think it'll be the Chiefs. And then we're going to get into an entirely new territory of when is this going to stop? Because, again, they don't even look like a 17, 18 win team or whatever they are. And yet here they are with the opportunity to win as many games as the Patriots did in no, they lost twice this year. That's right. I forgot about that Broncos game that didn't matter. I completely scrubbed that game from my brain.
But think about it. Yeah. So, I mean, if they win, they'll have 18 wins on the year, which would match the most that we have ever seen, because there's been a few 15-1 teams over the years in the regular season. And then obviously the undefeated Patriots team that lost and finished 18-1. Like, this would be the maybe most forgettable 18-win team of all time that we have ever had in the sport. If they're able to,
I don't know if it'd be forgettable because they would have.
I guess least
your point.
least dominant.
Oh, absolutely.
Team that we've ever seen.
If you were ranking, here's how I think about it with the Chiefs, though. Like, if you're going through the run that they've had to the Super Bowl, this team is only better to watch than last year's team. That's it. Like, that's the thing about it that's so wild. But as I keep coming back to, what is really cool is they are by far the best organization in sports. The way that they continue to have success, the type of people that they have in there, the way they've reinvented who they are, how they come through in the clutch. Like, this isn't the Dodgers buying up all the available best players because nobody wants.
I was waiting for this.
This is a team that has reinvented their DNA, and I do think they deserve a lot of credit for that.
Yeah.
Me as a viewer, entirely sick of them, yet they do deserve their flowers. I mean, they're an incredible organization.
Yeah, they really are.
Though, as you mentioned, Nick Sirianni, I mean, there is the potential of two dark-haired, bearded coaches who supposedly should be fired, both winning titles in the same calendar year.
Both in a Venn diagram of hated by Josh Peterson.
Yes.
They are.
It's an overlap.
Wow. Would this be the worst football year of his life?
Yes, thank you. Finally, someone recognizes it.
And then Ohio State wins a national championship, and now the Eagles on the precipice of a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I don't know, like, is there anything else that could have happened? Oh, and the Cowboys hired Brian Schottenheimer?
Seriously.
And they're only in a drought?
John keeps calling me emo boy, but it'd be like for John if Penn State won a national championship, and who knows, maybe they'll do it next year. And then the Cowboys won the Super Bowl, but somehow got to play the 49ers in the Super Bowl. That is,
again, I
then
survived
John would
the 90s.
finally understand my
survived
pain.
the 90s. You can survive 1 year.
You had
1
Nebraska.
year.
You had Nebraska.
It didn't matter. It was. I was just talking.
Josh over here looking the pinstripe bowl in the mouth and saying, not good enough for me. The one little ray of sunshine I've had all football year, I'm just gonna crap all over.
I'm gonna start saying that instead of don't look a gift horse in the mouth, don't look the pinstripe bowl in the mouth.
Do the same thing.
Very true. Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7. Schaefer, thanks again. We appreciate it, and we'll look forward to next week.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me on.
There he is, Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7. We've got content coming up and more, including Alabama and Georgia. Wondering aloud, did NIL cost us our dynasties? We'll explain and extrapolate from that next on 1620 The Zone.
"1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Looking for a unique and personal gift? Saul's Jewelry and Loan now offers laser engraving. With quick turnaround and affordable pricing, you can personalize your jewelry or any item with a special message or design. Visit Saul's Jewelry and Loan today for all your engraving needs.
Hey, everybody. We're back, and we're live again. John Bishop with you here now from CHI Health Center in Omaha for tonight's Creighton-Xavier game, which will tip off at 7:01 tonight. We'll have pregame coverage coming up with Austin Jacobson at the top of the hour. Well, some days you kind of expect it to be a very routine day, and then something happens and it changes everything. Obviously, you heard our interview earlier with Mike Schaefer, which was recorded earlier in the day, but Josh, with the news just prior to that, the surprise retirement of John Cook after 25 years as the head coach of Nebraska volleyball. But since Josh broke in with that news, and then since the interview with Mike Schaefer, just a few minutes after that announcement came down, and all this, by the way, through email, no press conference that has been called, at least as of yet. Now, I'm still scanning through some of the correspondence here, so I'm guessing there will be some kind of a formal announcement still to come. We have not heard yet if and when that is going to happen. But in the time since we learned of John Cook's retirement, we have learned of his successor. Danny Busboom Kelly returns back to Lincoln to take the reins of the Nebraska volleyball program. She will be the fourth coach in history. She, of course, played for Nebraska and had tremendous success, winning the national championship in 2006 for John Cook. She is now going to be leaving Louisville, where she has had a great deal of success, reaching 2 NCAA finals, 3 Final Fours, and 5 regional finals, in addition to 4 ACC crowns. Will be back in Lincoln to coach Nebraska. So it is obvious that the line of succession was predetermined and that this was something that has probably been in the works at least for a little while, but we had to wait for all the I's to be dotted and the T's to be crossed before the official announcement could come down. But literally 20 minutes after the first email announcing John Cook's retirement came the news that Danny Busboom Kelly will be the new Nebraska volleyball coach. More on that in a minute, and certainly there'll be a lot more to say on this topic tomorrow when we've had a chance to absorb it all and just reflect back on what has been an amazing 25 years for John Cook. But this is, and we always do this, but sometimes it's just the easiest reference point. Truly what we saw the last 40 years in Nebraska, 40 plus years in Nebraska volleyball mirrors the basically 40 years we had of Bob Devaney and Tom Osborne. One coach built the thing, made it nationally popular and relevant. The other one took the baton and made it greater. And that's literally what happened here. And John Cook, ironically enough, or coincidentally enough, coached the same number of years at Nebraska as Tom Osborne did, 25. He ends after 25 seasons. If you missed it earlier, the statement from the email from John Cook, I've been here 25 years. That's a long time to do something. It's been a great run. I want to thank my family for their support. I want to thank Bill Byrne and Terry Pettit for giving me the opportunity to be the Nebraska volleyball coach. I've had the opportunity to work with some great coaches and staff over the years, and I'm forever grateful for how hard they worked and for how much they gave to Nebraska volleyball. For me personally, the greatest accomplishment in coaching is seeing former players go into coaching or other careers and taking the lessons they've learned from being a Nebraska volleyball player and applying it to their everyday lives. There is no greater reward in coaching than that. Lastly, and most importantly, I want to thank the fans for always supporting Nebraska volleyball. I've always said to dream big, and we've dreamed bigger than any volleyball program in the history of the world. And those are big words anytime you say the history of the world, and sometimes we use that hyperbolically, saying that something's the best in the world. But in many ways, he's right. Nowhere else in the world packed a football stadium filled with 90,000 people to come watch a volleyball match. Nowhere else in the world did a college program become so big and so popular that it became a moneymaker and it became something that an entire state took pride in. And in a lot of ways, starting with Coach Pettit, continuing with Coach Cook. How you doing, Mitch? Good to see you. Mitch Ballack. Mitch Ballack very excited the Chiefs won. But it wasn't just the story of Nebraska volleyball. It was the story of volleyball in Nebraska. Because Nebraska, the program, became this Pied Piper and made little girls dream of playing volleyball. It grew then programs all across the state at Creighton, Wayne State, UNK, small colleges all across the state have benefited from really a change in culture, because if you go back into the 80s, if there was a women's sport that was going to get the lion's share of the athletes or the attention, it was going to be basketball. Now, certainly women's basketball has also grown as the years have gone on. But it really changed things in this state when Nebraska volleyball became this all-encompassing statewide phenomenon. And it made a lot more young women, young girls, want to be volleyball players. And because of that, this state has turned out folks like Danny Busboom, who's now the new coach, turned out so many in-state products who not only played in Lincoln, but played here in Omaha and played all across the state. So when John Cook says we've dreamed bigger than any volleyball program in the history of the world, I don't think there's hyperbole there. I think there's fact there. And John Cook gets a lot of credit for that, an awful lot of credit. And so now he moves on. And, of course, you always wonder what's going to happen next. It's hard to be the person to replace the person. Can you make it 3 times in a row? Can you just keep the line of succession moving? Well, Danny Busboom Kelly, we mentioned her accolades earlier. The Final Fours, the national championship match appearances. No, they didn't win it all. But she took a program in Louisville that hadn't really done a whole lot and made them believe and made them dream bigger. She's got an 82% win percentage. That's pretty doggone good. And over the last 4 years, it's nearly a 90% win percentage. Louisville is one of those programs, while they haven't won a title yet, they have elevated themselves into the nation's elite in a very short time. So it makes sense that she's the next one, that she gets to be the one. And we've always wondered, well, what was going to be the line of succession. And certainly her name would have come up had the announcement not happened so sequentially with the John Cook announcement. But it probably eases a lot of minds right now. And like I said, this is something that has likely been in the works at least for a little while, but they had to just wait for the right time and for all the I's to be dotted and the T's to be crossed. But it'll be a new era, and it will happen during a time where, Nebraska volleyball has been so close, so close to winning yet another championship, but coming up just a little bit short. And now it's going to be Danny Busboom Kelly's opportunity to see if she can take the baton and keep the line moving and keep moving forward. What will be interesting, because there was some speculation that Jalen Reyes, when he was brought in to Lincoln back in March of 2018, that he was possibly another candidate. He's currently the assistant coach and recruiting coordinator, but there was thought that maybe, it would be someone from on the staff. Obviously, it's not the case. So I'm not sure what's going to happen to Jalen Reyes. There is still a job opening out there in the Big Ten. It's Oregon. Pretty good one, too. I mean, Oregon's a well-funded department. They recently lost their coach, Matt Ulmer, to Kansas, which was received with a lot of shock in the volleyball community because didn't think that was going to happen. So you've got a pretty prominent job out there. I'm not saying that Reyes is going to be a candidate or that that's going to be where he ends up next, but certainly it'll be worth watching because I don't know what his plans are going to be, if he had pined for the head job at Nebraska, if he thought he was going to be the next one to step up. But it will be certainly worth watching. But as far as a move is concerned, this makes the most natural sense. I don't know if there was another move that could have been made that would have made more sense than this one. Someone who literally came up in the program, someone who is from here, someone who gets it here, and someone who has gone elsewhere and has had a great deal of success. Again, 90% win percentage the last 4 years. The Final Fours, the national title appearances. It makes all the sense in the world, and certainly it'll be received, I can imagine, with almost universal acclaim in the Nebraska volleyball community that, yeah, this was the person. So when you're a program like this, which is as close to turnkey as it comes in terms of just how it operates, how consistent it has been, how driven it has been. This is the advantage when you have a program like that, because programs like that usually have all their stuff together. And this move, in my opinion, is the most sensible one and will probably lend itself to giving at least Nebraska the opportunity to continue moving the line, because you have the fan support there. That's never going away. And that's sometimes the hardest thing to do. We talked to Mitch Holtis earlier. It's hard to continue to just keep cranking out wins after wins and championship caliber seasons after championship caliber seasons. That is exceedingly difficult to do. But the great organizations tend to do that. There's a reason why, like the Packers, can go from one quarterback to the next quarterback to the next quarterback, continue to win. I know they haven't won as many Super Bowls as they would like, but they continue to win. Great organizations, consistent, stable organizations. And there was no more consistent, stable organization than Nebraska volleyball. We'll get into a lot more of this tomorrow. Certainly Gary and Matt will have their thoughts, Connor, and then we'll be back tomorrow when we have a chance to really embrace this, wrap our arms around it, and gain to understand it. But as we get ready to go to break, and Josh will rejoin us for content in just a minute, but I guess I'll leave you with this final thought, and that is that sometimes when you've built something so solid and so successful, it's hard to ruin it. And the only thing that ruins it is when you bring bad people into the organization. And I don't think that's the case here. I think you brought the perfect candidate and the perfect person. And you can tell by how rapidly everything happened today, within 20 minutes. We had the retirement, we have the successor. So Danny Busboom Kelly, the new head coach of Nebraska volleyball. And we'll have plenty to recap on the career of John Cook coming up tomorrow here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. When we come back, Josh will rejoin us. We'll do some content. We'll have what's for dinner. Then we'll get you ready for Creighton pregame as the Jays take on Xavier tonight here on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Content.
Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Okay, Nick, you're up.
Awesome. Does Creighton get their 6th straight win tonight, and do they do so with ease against Xavier?
With ease? No, absolutely not. These are the two hottest teams in the Big East right now. Xavier has beaten two of the other top 3 teams, UConn and Marquette, and they should have probably beaten St. John's had they not blown a 16-point lead. Creighton, of course, has been playing its best basketball this season. These two teams always play close games, so it'll be a stressful one tonight if the Jays get the win.
Man, give me Xavier in a close one. This winning streak for the Jays finally comes to an end, but it definitely goes down to the wire, I think.
Omaha basketball isn't the only Maverick thing on a heater. Oh. Mavs hockey has won 6 straight heading into their weekend at number 5 Denver, and they are second in the NCHC standings. Give it up for the Mavs.
Man, shout out to those of you who will be watching college hockey on your laptops. This is super, super cool. No, in all seriousness, this is great, man. We love when the Mavs are doing well around here. I need to get to a game. I haven't had a chance to go to one this year. I try to go to at least one every single year. Hockey, John, it's still a sport. That's their tagline. Hockey, we're still a sport.
Trev Alberts could never.
Exactly.
I mean, they did make the Frozen Four with Trev Alberts, so, I mean...
Shut up, John. We hate Trev.
Yeah, remember, he's a turncoat.
Sure, yeah.
He sucks.
He sold out for the $1, too, just like all the NAL kids.
Oh, come on,
That's
Trev.
why they call him Benedict Alberts.
They do call him that.
I've heard that.
According to the Sports Business Journal, or as we in the know call it, the SBJ.
Look at you, Nick.
The general sentiment among the CFP Management Committee and ESPN right now is that there will be no commitment to any substantive schedule changes in year 2 of the expected CFP. Are you surprised?
Maybe mildly, but the bigger changes will come in 2 years, or actually sometime between now and this time next year, because that's when they'll have to finalize whatever it is the future format of the playoff is. And at that time, they won't need unanimity, and that's when the SEC and the Big Ten decide to take out the heads of the other 5 families.
Not surprised. If you were to make a big move for 2025, you would have to either go up against Army-Navy, which I really don't think that they want to do, and it's impossible to move the entire season up to week 0, given that we already have all the schedules. I think that we will see, though, at some point, week 0 becomes the new week 1. Everything moves up a week. You're going against the NFL less and less. And I think ultimately that's what's going to happen. That said, one of the parts that was interesting to me about the story, John, and I wondered this just given the viewership that we saw for that Saturday, SBJ noted that sources familiar with ESPN's presentation suggested that the first-round CFP games on TNT actually cut into the ESPN audience more than the NFL cut into the first round of the CFP games. And they wrote, in other words, ESPN feels viewership for the 2 afternoon games wasn't as low as expected, even if the numbers may have indicated a different feeling. I think part of it, too, was the games were on TNT, and we don't watch college football on TNT. Not surprised, though. Again, it's the next playoff is 11 months away. They weren't going to be able to make wholesale changes before then.
Josh, an old friend of content, is returning.
Uh-oh.
Clifford Caleb Kingsbury.
Oh, God.
Turned down a chance to interview. Mike McCarthy is going to wait it out a year. Why are the Saints struggling to find a new coach?
Well, one of the issues that they have had, and I guess I don't have, what in the world, Nick? Why did you send a link to Outkick.com? And then the frickin' Super 70 Sports Goober shows up?
Wow, someone's triggered.
God, I hate
Somebody
that guy.
has to send the links that they don't want you to see.
That's a good point, Nick. They are still in cap hell, are they not, for another couple of years? So is it, like, I guess with McCarthy, I did think it was no, I don't break up with you, or you don't break up with me, I break up with you type situation. Cliff Kingsbury turning him down, pretty interesting. So my guess would be that it's cap hell, or maybe they hate Gumbo.
Or maybe it's the fact they don't have a quarterback.
Yikes, that's not good.
Kingsbury, has certainly thrived having the best young quarterback in the game under his tutelage.
Yep.
I think McCarthy can kind of, being that the other jobs disappeared rather quickly, I think he can play it out and say, well, I'll be wanted next year instead of, he would have been picking up scraps. This is the last job that's open. Instead, he can be the guy that sits out there in free agency cloud 9 for the whole next year, and the first team that makes a move next year, instantly he becomes a candidate, and then he becomes much more wanted. And it was probably a little bit of a real quick shotgun wedding situation too, where now he's got a chance to sit back, survey the situation, and have a better choice of jobs than just one job, which is the Saints.
And let's throw in the other thing too. It probably means they've decided on their man, and that man is probably your favorite offensive coordinator, Kellen Moore.
Who amazingly got better when he went to Philadelphia.
Oh, interesting that he is better when he has the best group of skill players and offensive line in the entire NFL. Who could have seen that coming?
You know, it's weird. Vic Fangio also seemingly got better.
Vic Fangio's a good DC. It's just you weird Dolphins fans that don't think he's very good.
He didn't care about the Dolphins. He wrote him off. He stopped caring. He only wanted to go to Philly.
What message boards, Reddit threads is Nick hanging
He
out
only
in?
wanted to go to Philly. He didn't care about the Dolphins.
Then why did he go to the Dolphins?
This is so weird.
Stepping stones, Josh. Philly didn't want him yet.
You guys are weird.
Good news, Josh.
Uh-oh.
The rest of the world hates Brian Schottenheimer, the Brian Schottenheimer hire, but that idiot Pat McAfee likes it.
Is that all you're going to say to me? You don't have any info to support
Well,
this?
you have someone on your side now.
Well, that's...
You and Pat McAfee are very happy about this.
You and the idiot Pat McAfee.
This is not... No, I don't like that. John,
Pat McAfee,
I know we haven't
me.
talked about the hire very much this week. John, I'm actually anti this hire.
Are you sure?
I'm very much down on this hire.
Oh, I'm sorry. 2 months from now, he'll be very positive about it, but not right now.
You're down with this hire. That means you're down with it.
I'm not Bart, and he is not Nick Grimm trying to get me on the show.
Sick. Bringing in Tom Brady was bringing in somebody on the football side that I had been lacking having there in the organization. Raiders owner Mark Davis told reporters. Back in, I guess it was 18 with John Gruden, he had a 10-year contract and all that, and his head was chopped off.
Oh!
And we were put in a really bad position as an organization. Didn't Gruden seal his own fate with the emails?
Yeah, I don't think that the Raiders had their head chopped off. I think it was Gruden that chopped off his own head when they decided they were going to squeal to the NFL, and then all of Gruden's emails became exposed.
Yeah.
But his emails.
And some of his problematic statements were exposed. And
yeah.
the Raiders have been chopping off their own head for basically the last 40 years.
Yeah, and I would argue this, John. I think it's impossible to chop your own head off. I guess we could have tackled that earlier in dumb debates. But I think seppuku, right? That's what it's called?
Yeah, seppuku.
So, John, when you stab your stomach and then you have to move the sword around inside of your guts.
Ritual suicide.
That is what John Gruden did. But it was like, back in time, it was like a slow burn of the thing, you know? Not great.
Despite the fact the Yankees are the more valuable franchise, according to Forbes, owner Hank Steinbrenner says it's difficult for most baseball owners to keep up with the Dodgers spending. Is LA's willingness to bust through the luxury tax at record levels going to be a dominant talking point this season?
100%. I'm honestly looking forward to having Farron on because
you're not.
Yes, I am for this, so I can just talk about this topic with him.
God, he's going to get so annoyed with you by April.
No. It's mainly because I think he's going to crap all over people that are whining about it.
I bet he's already got Dodger fatigue.
You think so?
Yeah.
I think he has people whining about Dodgers fatigue, though I haven't asked him. I do think that this is a really interesting story, mainly because, if you're not the Dodgers, you're just inherently frustrated by it. If you are the Dodgers, you're like, you hate us because you ain't us. It will definitely dominate, though, especially if they get off to an amazing start, not the best ever 20-game start or 30-game start, but if they have a record where casual fans look at it and say, wow, 24-6 or 25-5, like, even I know that that's a really good number, it's only going to ramp up.
No, this will be dominant all season long because it's going to lead to a come hell or high water meeting on the future of how baseball handles the luxury tax. Remember, it's a luxury tax. It's not a salary cap, so teams like the Dodgers can just bust through it at any time if they're willing to pay the fine, and they're willing to pay the fine. So it's not like the NFL where it's a hard cap and you can't exceed it. This is different, and it is going to be a major talking point, and I think it's going to come to a head with how baseball handles its finances.
Finally, Rory McIlroy says too many events have led to a downturn in golf television ratings. Do you think the golf market is oversaturated, especially because of that dumb TGO
No,
thing?
there's really not. I mean, there's always been a lot of golf on TV. There's literally a channel that's dedicated to golf. That's not the reason why golf television ratings are down. The reason why golf television ratings are down is there's no big stars that people are like, wow, I got to watch this person.
100%.
And we haven't had that in a while. I mean, we had 25 or 20-ish years of Tiger, which, he was the everything.
The alpha and the omega.
And before that, you had Jack Nicklaus. But now you don't. I mean, yes, there are great golfers. There are guys who are playing excellent golf, but they're not stars. They're not engaging. They're not the type of people that can move different products beyond just the typical products that golf moves. And so when you don't have any needle movers, you don't have a reason for people outside of the hardcore fans to tune in. It's the same problem NASCAR has.
Couldn't agree with you more. I don't think it's because there's too much stuff on. I mean, we made fun of Live over the last couple of years because of how difficult it was to find it and to watch it. And I think now that's actually going to change for it. Golf has always been about the four majors and then the occasional other thing that happens. And if you're going to have any breakthrough beyond that, it's going to be because you have a can't miss star. And while the sport has had a lot of younger golfers, rise and fall over the last decade, kind of starting with Rory and Jordan Spieth and others. Right now, they just don't have that one singular force, which the sport has.
Scotty Scheffler is probably the best golfer playing today, right?
Yeah, but he's so...
But you know how many people, you walk down the street and you ask 10 people who Scotty Scheffler is, you might get 2 or 3 that know him as a golfer.
Yeah, if that. I mean,
whereas with Tiger Woods, everybody knew Tiger Woods. Yeah. Everybody knew Jack Nicklaus. Yeah. Heck, even the guys who were on the periphery, the Lee Trevinos, the Tom Watsons, the Seve Ballesteros, people would recognize those names. People don't recognize those names anymore because they're not crossover stars.
You know that old saying where people come into your life for a reason, a season, or a lifetime? Maybe golf was just one of those things that was in our real consciousness in terms of mainstream for a season instead of a lifetime. Not everything can be football. Not everything can be even Major League Baseball or the NBA or something like March Madness. Not everything is going to be that. Some sports are going to ebb and flow. They will rise and fall with the superstars or lack of superstars. And I think right now, golf, for all the good young players that they have, for whatever reason, none of them have truly broken through like Tiger. But you know what, John? In an era where there are, we always used to say in an era of a million channels. No, in an era where you can just log onto the internet and go down a YouTube rabbit hole for 3 hours or log on to Netflix. You have to really cut through. Football continues to amaze me in that it has held our consciousness for this many years.
Even though it's broken many, many hearts.
Even though it's broken,
and
certainly
makes
my
people
heart.
evil.
It's going to, speaking of guts, getting dripped all
Josh,
over the
put him
floor.
back in.
Put your guts back in. All right. What's for dinner? We'll wrap up the Grum, get you ready for Creighton basketball pregame next on 1620 The Zone.
Looking for a unique and personal gift? Saul's Jewelry and Loan now offers laser engraving. With quick turnaround and affordable pricing, you can personalize your jewelry or any item with a special message or design. Visit Saul's Jewelry and Loan today for all your engraving needs.
Hey, it's John Bishop here for your home improvement company. This time of year is the perfect
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
You'll be happy to know that the leftover turkey and mashed potatoes were delicious last night.
I bet it was garbage.
Hell yeah, John.
It was good. It was good. It's turkey's great.
Leftover turkey and mashed potatoes are good.
Yes,
as
they
Josh
are.
Dotson would say.
They
It's so
are
good.
You just got to make it right.
You're the weird one here, Josh.
I'm very normal. Everyone says that I'm normal. I ended up doing an audible last night. I said Blue 42, Blue 42. I did a sandwich, but I decided to do a buffalo chicken sandwich.
Oh, don't tell Happer.
It was great.
How boring. It's buffalo chicken. Everyone does buffalo
John, it was
chicken.
so good. Man,
I
I've
bet
really
it
gotten
was.
into making buffalo sauce lately instead of just doing regular hot sauce. I'm having a blast with it. Tonight, breakfast for dinner.
Nice.
I've been trying to eat more fruit this week, so I'm going to continue that streak tonight. I'm going to have some strawberries. I'm going to have English muffin, some eggs, maybe a little bacon on the side, some tots. It's going to be a delicious, nutritious, filling meal.
Are tots breakfast food?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, it's hash browns in cubicle form.
Yeah.
More of a cylinder than a cubicle.
Well, whatever. It's basically hash browns in a smaller form. And hash browns is an excellent breakfast potato.
I do like hash browns. Last night, we ended up doing homemade chicken quesadillas.
Oh, that sounds tasty.
It was good. I also found out that the Taco Bell Chipotle sauce that they put in their quesadillas, they just sell. We went to Hy-Vee, we just picked up a bottle, and it was great. We put some cheese on the outside of the tortillas of the quesadilla.
So how long did you spend on the pot?
Not at all, John. I have a normal stomach.
Sure. Okay. Well, there you go. That's what's for dinner. Austin Jacobson waiting in the bullpen. He's ready to go with Creighton pregame. Short pregame today because, oh my God, it's a 7:00 tip. What an amazing idea. Hey, let's play a basketball game at the start of prime time and not midway through prime time. Oh, thank you, television gods.
Can we do the slide thing to push it back a little further?
Hell no.
Well, that's a bummer.
No, there's no slide. 7:01 tip. We'll have the call right here, 1620 The Zone, or our sister station 1019.
There's Austin. He's on his way into the studio. Hi, Austin. Have
Hi,
a great
Austin.
show
Yep.
tonight.
Have an awesome
So
show.
good to see you as
have
always.
a great night. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
John, have a great call.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, everybody.
From the Plum Ride Time Saving Traffic Center. Looks like that crash still has the exit ramp to Martha Street from 480 closed. Slow going on eastbound I-80 between 96th and 60th. Delays on westbound I-80 from 680 to Q Street. Slow going on Industrial Road for both directions around 144th. Same goes on West Center Road around 180th for both directions. And then if you're west on Dodge, the usual delays running from 108th to about 120th. I'm Mike Neville. look better. Pair that with their award-winning char-buffed wings and $7.99 Monday through Friday lunch specials. Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill has everything you need. 173rd and West Center Road, and for takeout at 162nd and Maple.
KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone. The Woodhouse Cadillac Blue Jay Shoot-Around. The Creighton Men's Basketball pregame show on 1620 The Zone is on the air. Before each Creighton game, it's the Woodhouse Cadillac Blue Jay Shoot-Around, exclusively on your home for the Creighton Blue Jays. 1620 The Zone. Here's Austin Jacobson.
And that will do it. The head coaches, McDermott and Holloway, shake hands. And once again, another successful Pink Out Saturday. The Creighton Blue Jays will improve to 7-2 in the Big East Conference, win their season best 5th game in a row, and improve to 14-6 overall. And on Pink Out Day, Jays win, Jays win, Jays win by the final of 79-54.
And welcome into Blue Jays Shoot Around on 1620 The Zone. I'm Austin Jacobson. We are brought to you by Woodhouse Cadillac in Children's, Nebraska. Believe in better. Short show for you, Joey.
Man, already a soft start from you.
No, I did that on purpose, wow. Joe. Come on now. Producer Joey hanging out with us once again here on Blue Jays Shoot Around. Let's get a quick lineup for you, brought to you by Velocity Clinical Research. Again, shorts show. That one got me. I'll admit that one got me, Joe. This one is just going to last